Ah, there he is. Well, why is the thumbnail wrong? Testing 1 2 3. Check 1 2 3. Ladies and gentlemen, check. There's an audio check. Good morning, everybody. We'll be with you just a minute here. Good morning, everybody. Slow day today, and that slow day that Tom is getting started here. Also slow making the transition onto on camera here. Love the warm-up music. Always do. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's get this show started. Good morning, everybody. My name is Tom, otherwise known as Striking, here in the digital media world. So glad to be hosting another episode of DYOR Live, ladies and gentlemen. That's right, here on the DYOR Media Network. I have returned to Chicago. It is Memorial Day here in the U.S. It's the observed Memorial Day. It's our end of May long weekend, and we celebrate that. We celebrate that for a reason, ladies and gentlemen. We do it before we get the show started. I'm going to tell you about that reason. That's why I'm wearing my American hat and my American shirt today. We celebrate. Sorry, Pedro, I don't have you on yet. We celebrate Memorial Day for all those that have fought and died in battle for the success and safety and future of our country. And normally I bring this up on Veterans Day because my grandfather was a veteran of the United States Army. And unlike many of his fellow soldiers, he survived World War II and went on to raise a magnificent family with a whole bunch of daughters, that one of which had me and allowed me to have my kids. And this one man right here, Jack Donovan Fowler, can't really say much because I'll end up crying about it. But today is a day that we celebrate all of those that have lost their lives for our country, all of those that have served. And by default, all of those have served and lived to and gone on to create this beautiful thing we call the United States of America. And you'll hear me rail upon bricks and other things like that. Yes, I am biased, of course. But I'm also biased because of guys like this, who laid it out on the line. And he said when he got back to the U.S., things were tough in the U.S. And he said, if Hitler didn't get me, nothing's going to get me. And he lived to the ripe old age of 95 or 96 or something like that. Anyway, to my grandfather, Jack Donovan Fowler, thank you very much for your service. Now on to the show, ladies and gentlemen. As always, I got my co-host Pedro Garcia in the house. Pedro, what's happening?
What's up, guys? How you guys doing? Whoop, 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 whoop. Yeah, well, it's good to see you, brother. Hope you're doing well. How was your weekend, man?
Good. It was good, Pedro. It was good. Dara, welcome, Dara, to the show. I bet you have stars and stripes on the socks, too. I do have stars and stripes socks. They're not on me, though. I left them in Canada before I came back, and I actually got them from the U.S. ambassador to the embassy in Canada. That's not like he handed them to me. I got them from the embassy. I think it was at their 4th of July party last year. Anyway, but yes, I do have stars and stripes socks. And over here, I've got I want you. Literally, my signature move, this move, is the Uncle Sam. I want you for the U.S. Army. Where is my other camera? Well, I'll worry about that later. If I didn't have the green screen up, you'd see a giant American flag here, made out of wood. It's gorgeous. Sits on the wall here. And I also have my grandfather's World War II. I actually have his uniform that he wore. His dress, not his dress blues, his dress greens back in the day. And it's amazing. So there's plenty, even though I spend lots of time in Canada, married a Canadian the whole time, talk Canada, all this type of stuff, even kind of self-identify as a half Canadian now.
Get out of here.
It's still all America here. Timothy Fuentes. Hello, Tim Fountains. Thanks for joining the show. Happy Memorial Day. Thanks, Pedro.
Yes, sir.
How was your weekend? Yeah, I can hear you. Well, how was your weekend, brother?
Loud and clear or just loud?
Oh, like you're in a trash can. You just switched something.
Say that again one more time.
Now you're good.
Awesome, man. Quick question for you. I served in the U.S. Coast Guard for about 10 years, off and on, and it was really interesting when I think about my experience versus the guys prior to I would say modern day warriors. It was not to say that they're different breeds, but there's just a different makeup of a World War II vet, and a war, and the people who went through Vietnam versus today. You see all these videos of a lot of armed service guys just doing kind of just funny things, right? And they're much more of a relaxed, chill army than it was in the past, or Navy, Marines, or Air Force, right? Just it's a lot more. It's just I think feels a little more relaxed. They're more PC, and it's real. And but either way, man, whether you are an old vet or a new vet, you know what? One thing I do know that is I feel like our government does do its best to like support us, regardless of because
Yeah, I would say you're correct. It wasn't always the case.
no.
That's for sure, and it's not the case in Canada. And our friend Crypto Mike can attest to that.
What do you mean? I don't know about what.
Where the U.S. spends a ton of money on veterans, healthcare support, all that type of stuff. In Canada, they spend about 1/10 the amount per soldier on all that kind of stuff. So they literally dropped guys right out of, like, guys were coming back from Afghanistan, getting tossed right into the real world. And they're like, now what? Last week, you guys are like, I spent 15 years training, then kicking indoors for 2 years and shooting people. And then now all of a sudden I'm in the street in Canada with the wrong mindset and the wrong skill set.
Dude, I was gonna say, haven't they learned about ancient Rome? Like, like one of the biggest issues Rome was a bad, actually really pissed off soldiers that served once for Rome that became air quote unsoldierly.
Yeah. Trudeau says, and I quote, "They are asking for more than we can give them." Yes, we can criticize the government in Canada all we want on that, but this is where their priorities are. They're paying to have tampons in men's bathrooms now, and the healthcare system in certain places will pay for your boob job if you identify as a woman. But soldiers need money for PTSD and that type of stuff. Nope, that's your problem, man.
So if I wanted boobs as a male, they would pay for it if I transitioned.
Yeah, it's your right. It's your human right to have boobs.
Yeah, if I served my country on my own free will, and I go through a bunch of junk, because what I went through, I'm just not supported. Just doesn't supported. I am not.
Shane says I identify as Batman.
How can I not be supported? You'll support me getting boobs, but you won't support me. Support.
Dara gives the background on the Romans. They started diluting the content of their coins.
Yeah, there you go.
The monetary system collapsed.
Yeah.
So what happens? Just ask the guys down in Zimbabwe. Speaking of, where's Royal Q been?
Right? I know, miss that guy. Oh, you got it.
Pedro, boobs for everyone.
You got it. Dado caught it. I was like, support. You support me in getting boobs, but you won't support me in me coming home because I fought for you and supported. Anyways, bad joke. Not clear enough. Okay, dude.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's get to Bitcoin here, Pedro. Look at it. Look at this. The title of today's show: Bitcoin Parabolic ? I literally made that right before. I mean, Bitcoin is pumping today because I made the thumbnail. That's why. Dude, that's got to be it, right?
That's exactly what I was thinking. I thought the same thing. I was like, man, Tom is a genius.
I mean, here it is, Bitcoin Parabolic, and then it just starts launching here. I went from 67 to 70,000. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you, Tom.
Thank you. I got Crypto Lifer on here in the corner here. He's talking technical analysis about it. Forget it, Lifer. That's not why it pumped. It pumped because I made that thumbnail.
Exactly.
Actually, today, ladies and gentlemen, the Bitcoin Parabolic story. Yes, that's click-baity, I know, but the point is that there's a bunch of people talking about is Bitcoin getting ready to go, and Pedro and I have scoured the internet, meaning I read one article and forwarded it on to Pedro that gave some reasons why. We're going to go through them and talk about that later in the show. But first, ladies and gentlemen, let's just get to Bitcoin. What the hell is going on, Pedro? What is going on with this shit?
What's going on? So it's actually been really interesting because I think what's so cool is this. We've been playing in this range of 73 or 73. Well, if I could say that'd be great. 73,000. It's really loud in my ear, bro.
That is
Yeah,
the
it's
lo-fi.
like yeah. Sorry,
I gotta figure that out.
it's okay. And between 73,000 and 59,000, you can go ahead and play it. I'm just letting you know it was like really loud. Um,
I couldn't even hear it.
wow, how is that possible? Can you guys hear it?
It's I have it off now.
Oh no, man, turn it back on. I'm down. It was just like super. Oh, holy crap! Why is it screaming in my ear?
That's so weird. It's like I can barely even hear it. It's even on low. Here, let me get the let me
I don't know
switch
why.
the out here.
Maybe the output is what's going on.
Cable D.
Okay, that's all right. All right, so I
wait,
can just I'll push.
Hold on, I think
right.
I can stop it. I can stop it from going to you.
That's right. So, one of the things
Is it off now?
Yeah. Okay.
Okay.
All right. So one thing I found really cool. It's just this, real simple. Got in on a lot of buyers sitting around this area here. You can see a lot of the green, and this is that 59,000. And every time we've kind of come to it, we've seen higher greens, right? Like you can see, we come down, boom, higher green. So I really do think this area might become the new legitly when we explode out of this.
Welcome,
area,
Derek Breland.
100,000, 200,000, potentially even 300, right? That's 70,000. I think this is where this is going to be the low of the next bull market. I do, because look, there's so many, there's a lot of buyers right here, man. Kind of just as it's consolidating right here. This is in the same area where we saw ETH, ETF kick in, as well as in the same area is where we saw the Bitcoin ETF kicked in. So I think what's happening is they're just slowly upticking and consolidating here, and potentially I don't think we might not see a sell-off, man. That was the thing. I was expecting a sell-off, but they're just basically just going sideways here, and we're still in this range bit. So if we continue, the longer you sit in a range area, man, it just builds up tension. It either explodes down low or explodes high. And so it's just this idea of it playing in this range between 73,000 and 64,000 ish area here. 59,000 to 73. I'm actually looking forward to seeing which way, whatever way it goes up or goes down. It's going to be really big. Oh, bro, it's so loud. You are so loud right now. Wow.
I'm loud?
Now, yeah, you're loud now. Yep.
Yeah. I didn't change nothing.
Okay.
I think you got audio issues there, Pedro.
No, everything. Let me just move it down there. That's cool. All right. You're good. It's all good. So,
all right. So what you're telling us it's going to go up or down, but really it's not going to go down much. You're saying this whole area is one big floor for the next bull run.
I do think so, because, and the reason why I say I was looking at this consolidation period, I want it to go low because I want to buy in. Like I literally feel like it's going to go down to that 42,000. But this consolidation period here, and I was thinking about this the other day. Actually, I was thinking about this on Full Round Friday, FRF here is, and I wanted to bring this up, is that if everything falls apart, okay, then we're going to see this drop down to that 40,000, 30,000 area here that I was talking about. But on the back end, if things don't fall apart, right? Let's say Trump gets in office and he does something weird, right? Because he's all for crypto. And he's just like, dude.
No, he's not going to do anything weird.
Right. But let's say he does. And he says, you know what? If you guys invest in crypto, we will give you a discount, right? On taxes and all that stuff, right? All of a sudden, it changes the mindset for investors. And I'm talking institutional investors to want to get in to get some tax break, because now that the fact that he's all crypto, he could potentially get, if he's that on go with crypto, I bet you he could get a third, and this would be unconstitutional, but he's talked about getting a third run. So it might be smart for him to say, you know what, these little things that I was just saying here. And now I'm not saying I'm like
having guys be able to consolidate power to be president for life would be bad in the U.S.
I agree with that 100%.
Would be bad.
And if there was a person who would definitely try something like that, at least for a third term,
he's mentioned it. He mentioned it before he even took office. After he got nominated, 2016.
Yeah.
Let me rephrase that. In between the election and in 2016, and when he was inaugurated in 2017, he mentioned that.
So
have a third term, and that's just not going to happen. It'll happen over a lot of people's dead bodies.
I hope you're right. But what I'm saying though is that this very much could. So this is where this weekend was a pretty big weekend with crypto, simply because Trump coming out just simply say, look, I'm pro crypto. I'm 100.
I know. He supported it. He supports it. He has NFT collections that basically robbed everybody of their money with, I might add. But everyone got wrecked in that. And he's supporting it. What else? He said a bunch of things, Pedro. What else did he talk about?
I really just paid attention to the crypto, dude. I don't really.
No, I mean the crypto things he talked about.
Oh yeah, so he basically talked about how the self-custody and how what he wants to do is literally saying, hey, I'm not going to go after self-custody. We're literally going to make sure that you guys can basically keep your money and keep it in your pocket. And then the other part is killing and never allowing CBDCs, man. It was huge, especially the fact that him and Emmer, like he's already got leeway in Congress, right, with the idea of saying, look, we want to kill CBDCs. And then those small swing states that are the tilt of left or right winning is a huge deal. So for me, when I sit there and I look at him really playing this market and saying, look, if we can sit there and we can garner this vote, you best believe for him, he's going to want to be in Bitcoin. And from this moment on, if he gets in November, right, we potentially, I expected to see this sell-off, right? Like we talked about this at the beginning of May. You know, I was like, okay, we should see it come down by the mid June, right? End of May, mid June, and we went nothing but up there. And look, this is it, right? And we closed below. What the significant moment for me was the close, okay?
Yeah.
On the first, below the 100 period moving average with good volume. So that's why I assumed we're going to keep going down. But as we started consolidating here throughout May, this is where I'm sitting there going, you know what? This potentially could shoot up. And if Trump and his statements this weekend literally gave, I mean, if you weren't even listening to what crypto was saying and you were a Republican, right? Or a MAGA Republican, you are now paying attention to crypto.
Absolutely. 100%. I got to say here we have, I switched to the wrong screen. This button. Trump-inspired meme coins skyrocket over 500,000% following pro-crypto moves. Even the meme coin market is pro-Trump. I mean, you know, I didn't pay. I was in a couple of Trump coins, and I sold them all at very little profit.
Oh, wow.
And now they're all up. They're up. I mean, it probably would have been. I was in one very early. I would be up like 100 G's and something like that. I didn't even leave a moon bag.
Bro, how many times we got to?
I know.
How many times? How many
I know.
times?
Didn't leave a moon bag. Well, this was a while ago.
Oh my God.
But still, I should know. I've been crypto 4 years, 5 years now. Should have known.
Yeah, always leave a moon bag. Actually, you know what? I just realized a friend of mine. I'm gonna reach out to him. He's actually huge in crypto. He loves crypto. He loves Trump. He is pro-Trump, dude. As soon as all the Trump meme coins started coming out, he was just buying them just because out of religious support for Trump. And dude, I was like, bro, you're getting decimated on this. He goes, I know, man, but you don't know. And I'm like, you're right, I don't know. Respect.
Well, I think what's different now with the Orange Man is that he's got better advisors, and the crypto advisors, I am sure they are not advisors like super pro crypto guys. I am sure they are anti-Joe Biden guys, and they saw the tide turn in Congress. And they said, because what Trump does is he rides waves of popularism.
Yeah, he does, and he's good at it. He's really good at it.
He's excellent at it. He got himself elected president of the United States doing that. And they saw the house turning and sentiment changing, and the numbers of people that own crypto now. That it's amazing that the huge amount of people and institutions that now own crypto. And he said, we gotta ride that wave. And his his advisors went to work and said, okay, how do we do that? And they're like, oh, Joe Biden's against this popular wave, so we're going to hammer him on that. We will be pro it everything. And suddenly, just like that, Trump is the darling of the crypto community. And they're like, but he's going to coddle up to dictators and blow up NATO and ruin all our foreign policy and make a total disaster of the world's economy again. And everyone's like, who cares? My bags will get fat.
Here's the thing, though.
They're like, who cares?
That's real. Like, dude, let me ask you something, Tom. If you because Mr. Trump pushed this, and all of a sudden you're at $100 million, or dude, even $10 million in the next year.
I'd wear a MAGA hat every day.
I was gonna say.
Screw that, man. I mean, hey, man, why are you wearing that MAGA hat? Because I got $10 million, bitches. That's why.
Oh, bro, that's so good. Yes.
It would be like that Dave Chappelle bit about reparations.
Yep.
We got paid. That's what it would be like.
Man, you talk about... So
this is the entertainment you guys are paying for here, watching our show here with your time.
Yeah, but here's the thing. And listen, I'm a libertarian. I made it very clear that I don't like big government. I think government needs to step back. I think really where I would want to see my money go to is orphans, widows, people who are really struggling, right? That's where I think a lot of, and potentially development, not necessarily in bombs, but really like AI technology. That would be cool to see. I mean, basically, China is putting in $3 trillion a year that we know about into AI development. And I think we could kill it. I think we have better performers. I mean, just look at what our people did in 10 years when it comes to SpaceX, sending rockets and re-landing them. I mean, what was it? Excuse me. Was it 15 years? I think it's 15 years for SpaceX.
Yeah, I mean, it's been about 15 years since the X Challenge.
Yeah. And I mean, the man is killing it. Killing it. With our private industry. Imagine if we had like real money going into AI and a lot of, quantum computing. That would, it'd be amazing. So, I mean, Trump would get my vote. I mean, just straight up. Like, he already does now, man. I'm 100.
Oh, crap. I forgot to start the Twitter feed.
Oh. Come on. Trump's got my vote, straight up, because of his stance on crypto. That's it. Like, because the reality is Joe is not helping me. He's not.
he's not helping shit.
Right? And it's sad, man. And the thing is I think that's one of those things. And if this week Biden goes, okay, we're changing our stance for crypto. All right, Gensler, change your attitude and stop being a douche and let's go. Let's get real legislation with this. It would change. I mean, dude, when you look at France, the Bank of France, when I call it the whatever the CO, it's part of the. Give me a second.
El Banco Le Franco.
Yes. What was it? The European Commission, the European Bank of. Is it France? No, that's not correct. What's it? EUBOF? That's Bank of France, right?
I don't know what the French bank. Bank Le France.
I don't think that is, man. Maybe I'm
the same word, bank.
Let's ask Copilot just to make sure. I'm probably sound like an idiot here. I apologize, but I don't have any information related to.
Were you asking Grok?
No. Actually, you would think that the Copilot would be able to just pop that out like nothing. I bet you, dude, if I go and I ask Google, it's gonna know.
Did your Trump token joint with Sega Sonic the Hedgehog? Oh yeah, I saw some Alfie thing, something about Sonic or something. Yeah, this one here, Shane. Sonic Trump. Explain that to us there. Oh, wise Shane.
Oh, wise machine.
Does Biden even know he's the president without someone reminding him on the teleprompter? He's just gonna get on the train and head back to Delaware like he did every day for years in the Senate. But I don't think so. I think he just wakes up. When you've been traveling a little bit, you've been on vacation or and you wake up, but you haven't opened your eyes yet, and you haven't moved, so you don't know what's going on, and you don't know where you're like, where am I? Like, you're like, am I in a hotel room or at home? Which way is the bathroom? That's what you want to know.
Yes.
I think every morning Biden wakes up and says, where am I? and he looks to see which side of the daisies he can see. Is he looking? Can he see the pretty daisies, or does he look at the roots of the daisies? If you're looking at the roots of the daisies, what does that mean? You're dead. You're underground looking at the roots. And so that's when he wakes up. He's like, where am I? Okay.
It's a good day. I'm looking up. I'm vertical here.
Kaching says we can't put money into AI and Pakistani transgender research. It's one or the other. Sorry.
Oh man.
Nope, it's one. It's just don't have enough money to do both.
And here's the thing: if this, like I said, I've talked about. I like Rubio. I respect Rubio. If Rubio was to run for office and literally be like, I want this, is what I'm looking for, all this stuff, I'd vote for Rubio. I would. I like him. I think he's a cool dude. Got a lot of good stuff. But there is no other candidates. Orange Man is the only one I got. Kind of potential.
Hold on a second. I'm trying to get the word out about our show here.
What's up? What you doing, homie?
Sorry, just I started the Twitter feed.
Oh, gotcha. So what I find really interesting, and I was looking at this for the Ethereum as well as the Ethereum permanent holders inflow. I was listening to, and I don't know if I got this, if I understand this right, but I didn't know about this. Ethereum, because of the ETF and how it's being created, you've been able to get Ethereum if you were purchasing or trying to get in on the ETF prior. They were giving you almost a 24% discount by just simply going in and saying you want to be part of the ETF. Like I was
just because they were trying to get the initial people to fund the ETFs or something.
Yeah, kind of. Yeah, in essence. And I'm like, what the junk? How did I miss this? And then I went and looked at a few of Bankless's shows, and they were talking about it. And I was like, oh man, are you serious? Like being able to get.
Well, you remember a lot of these people bought. You can give discounts for things when you buy them at half the price. You know, I'm sure there's plenty of institutions that loaded up on Bitcoin and Ethereum. I don't even mean loaded up. I just mean bought a bunch at $1,500, $1,800. They just said, oh, let's just we've got cash, let's just buy some, and so they can offer that at discount, but they've still made sold at a 25% markup or 30%.
Pretty much. But I was sitting there.
We might as well get into the guts of the show here today.
Yeah, let's do it.
And let's do it with a. Where'd that go? Wah, wah, wah. Let's try to...
By the way, where's Doc at? Is Doc here? Mr. Jensen?
I don't think so. Remember, it's Memorial Day. A lot of people are out doing stuff with their families. Although Doc's a doc and they work doctor schedules. I mean,
It's true, man. I was thinking, like, went to a fatty party on Sunday.
Smoked a fatty?
No smoking.
No,
But I don't know, man. Did you go to any party or anything like that over the weekend?
Nope. No, I hung out with my son on one day. Yesterday, I finally got my motorcycle out. Got it out. Got a new battery. Found the short in it. I've got heated handle grips, and it was causing my battery to die within like 20 days. It just had a small draw on it. I did my regular multimeter to even really pick it up, but I've got this like $3,000 multimeter because everyone needs one. It's left over from my old company, and I found a milliamp draw on the thing, so I just unplugged the handlebar heaters and all is good. Got the bike out, went for a ride, picked up my daughter. We went all over the city yesterday, downtown. Yesterday was the Mexican Lollapalooza downtown, known as Sueños. And so we rode down there, and it was crazy. I mean, there were so many Hoochie Mama outfits. Oh, my word. It was like, whoa, what is going on here? So that was going on downtown. So downtown was very lively and fun. And then we went to, let's see how many people here know this. We went to the Belly Goat Tavern. Underneath Michigan Avenue, Lower Michigan Avenue. And how many of you guys are Saturday Night Live fans? Saturday Night Live fans? And the original Saturday Night Live with Dan Aykroyd, Jim Belushi, and the whole crew. And they did the famous cheeseburger, Pepsi, no fries, cheaps. That whole routine, they played the short order cooks. And that is a direct takeoff of this place called Billy Goat Tavern. And it's a bar, too. And it hasn't changed since the 1970s when Saturday Night Live did the skit. And I took my daughter there. Literally, you walk in, and there's a guy at the counter, and they have two things. They have just a few things on the menu. They have hamburger, cheeseburger, and ribeye steak. The ribeye steak's only $10 too, so you know the quality of the steak you're getting. And the hamburgers basically are like giant White Castles.
Okay.
And they just pull out a piece of tissue paper, but food paper stuff. Put the burger on it, and then there's a bar of pickles and things and that you can put on it yourself. And literally, the guy in front of me says a hamburger and fries, and the guy looks at him and goes, "No fries, cheaps." It's the famous line from Saturday Night Live. And it was so funny. He goes, "No fries." And the guy just looks at him with deadpan face. Cheaps. They literally have the thing with potato chips, barbecue or regular. Pull it down. That's it, chips. But they did switch. The famous thing was that they served Pepsi, not Coke. About 20 years ago, they switched to Coke from Pepsi because apparently nobody drinks this sugar bomb Pepsi anymore.
I love Pepsi, man. If I had to pick one over the other, I'm going Pepsi. The Bears. And throwing this out, Crypto Mike just said, I'd rather take Bears. Biden over Trudeau. Yeah, bro. Oh my dear Lord.
I would too, because first of all, because Biden has checks and balances in his government.
Yep.
And Trudeau doesn't. The Canadians, you knuckleheads, accepted a constitution that allows the prime minister to be basically a dictator without any checks and balances. It's the most damnedest thing I've ever seen in my life. And only 30% of the country, let me rephrase that, 30% of the actual people that vote can elect a prime minister. It's like, and he can run the table. They just, like one day they just banned assault weapons, just banned them. Boop, banned handguns. He said, I'm going to ban handguns today. Banned handguns.
And then they banned talking against him, right?
They're trying to get that one through, but that one's that's not going very well. Crypto Mike's is very true. Shane says, "Oh Canada, oh Christmas tree, oh Christmas tree." Crypto Mike says, I like Trump, by the way. No kidding.
Yeah. I don't know. I think it's going to be really interesting to see if Trump does really, really do hard about pushing crypto. Dude, it's going to, I wonder how many people are going to come over from Dubai. How many, I mean, I think because the amount of money.
If they
Right.
if they set the fair playing field and we have normal rules, I mean, that's why the U.S. has been so successful. As a nation. One is, of course, we're like, oh, we're Americans, we didn't do anything. No, I mean, the biggest reason why is we've had fair rules, a solid legal system that backs up businesses and people, so everyone knows that they're not going to just get scammed. And this type of stuff, and we've had, and because there's a fair system, there's easier access to credit that allows markets to boom and innovation to go. If Trump gets rid of all his Joe Biden's anti-crypto stuff, places like Dubai and all the other crypto hubs of the world will be ghost towns.
Yep.
But people are like, I'm not going to slug it out in Dubai if I can sit on the beach in Florida. It's just. I mean, Dubai's a great place. Don't get me wrong. And Dubai people that run the country over there know that I love Dubai. I lived there and I hung out there and I did business there for 15 years. I love it a lot. But all those companies that are setting up shop, in crypto, you don't have to be location centric. Like physical access. Dubai's a great place for its physical access to much of the world. In crypto, you can be anywhere, and if you might as well be at home in the U.S. or as Patrick McHenry said the other day, mainland Europe is where innovation goes to die.
Yeah.
His words. And the way, his intonation, the way I said it, that's how he said it.
Yes.
Die.
Yeah. And he goes, yeah.
Trump will be the hero of the crypto industry. Innovation will boom. VC market will pick up and go. Dude. And it'll, I can't believe I'm even in this phrase of things, saying things that are somewhat positive about Trump. It's so mind-boggling.
Bro, I gotta give it up, man. Just like if the market, I have to change my view because here's the thing: we're 4 months away from November. You know what I'm saying? Like I gotta it very much could be consolidating to go higher. We might. Pepsi is named after Pepsin.
Oh, Shane says Pepsi was originally called Brad's drink, and now he says Pepsi is named after Pepsin.
Cool.
I think it's just named after tastes like a sugar bomb. We want to talk something good. Let's talk RC Cola. RC Cola was my favorite, man. That was the RC Cola fountain. I even did a taste test. Of Coke, Pepsi, and RC, and I'm like, RC is my favorite. And they're like, you can't tell, and I'm like, oh yeah, taste. Line them up.
Yep.
And sure enough, because I was at this one particular restaurant, had all of them, and RC was it. It turns out that it happened to be RC, but it turns out, as usual, restaurant employees tend to get lazy, and they would just hook whatever went up to whatever spout. Whatever spout. It was the old school one where you poured it like a beer keg. And they just Tab is disgusting. Tab is disgusting. My grandmother drank Tab and Fresca. Tab is gross.
Fresca.
And not only that, doesn't Tab just gives you instant cancer. It's like all saccharin or something like that. As soon as you drink it, your liver just turns into crystals and you die of cancer.
Yeah. Well, it was the whole entire thing. Once I remember, because they're doing some big study on what was the other one, that sugar, the not Sweet and Low. Sweet and Low, and then
aspartame.
But it had aspartame in it. That was the biggest.
I'm not sure if I said it right, but whatever. Yeah, that stuff's also instant cancer.
Yeah,
that's like those people that drink Diet Coke.
Yeah,
it's like the Diet Coke has that fake stuff in it, and study after study shows that Diet Coke makes you fatter.
Yep.
It's actually not diet. It's much worse for you than regular Coke.
Yep.
First of all, it tastes like crap. It tastes like a chemical can.
I don't understand.
And it makes you fatter.
Ugh.
And it hardens your arteries, gives you
Crown Royal.
It farts in your general direction. Right. That's what it does.
Yo, I gotta admit, I do love Coke and I'll tell you the story when I was in the military. Actually, I'm not gonna tell it. No. All right.
That's different.
If ever we all meet up for an in live AMA or whatever, I'll tell the story down the road. Just nice.
I get the last on the crown royal. That's a little different than royal crown.
Man, I love me. I love me some crown, dude. If we ever get, go ahead.
Yeah, sorry.
No, go ahead.
I used to go to this pizza joint in New Jersey, pizza place called Umberto's in Fairhaven, New Jersey, and this guy Silvio ran the joint. His dad was Umberto. His dad died of a heart attack right in front of the pizza oven. Silvio took over the joint like nothing happened, and the best pizza in the world. Literally the best New York style pizza, best pizza in the world. Your mouth watered as you went to taste it. It was so good. And so I'd go and I'd get a slice of cheese and an RC Cola and sit and have a nice snack, Philly lunch or something like that. And I went there all the time when I was living with my grandparents when I was working in New York. And I'd go there after work or I'd go there on the weekends, whatever. I just loved it. I loved it so much. And Silvio, as soon as I walk in, he'd get the slice of cheese, put it in, pour me an RC Coke. Then I moved away. I moved away, went to work in the real world. And I went back.
Dude, yeah,
I went back like 15 years later. And I just didn't go. I went back to New Jersey a couple times, but I wasn't able to get to Umberto's. And I walked back in, and he looks at me and he goes, "Where have you been?" And he said, "We got no RC anymore. They took it out. So now we have Coke." Okay? I said, "Yeah, it's fine." He heated up the cheese. Pizza was the same. It's in the Coke. Of course, the Coke was good too. And he said, "Where's your cousin? I haven't seen him." I'm like, "He moved to Oklahoma like 14 years ago." He goes, "Oh, that's why I haven't seen him."
Dude, I'm going to have to go there sometime. Definitely.
It was, no, that's the other side of the story. Silvio also died in front of his pizza oven. Oh. Dropped dead, heart attack, age like 60. Just boom, fell over. And his kids went to run the joint, and it wasn't the same. The pizza changed. I literally walked in, and I was like, "Pizza's no good." And that was it. They went out of business a year later.
Dude, I'm pouring one for the homie over there.
Yeah, for Silvio. Umberto, his dad, runs the joint for 30 years, drops dead in front of the ovens. He runs the joint for 30 years, drops dead in front of the ovens. But the funniest thing, 15 years go by. It was at least 15 years. I walk in, he goes, "Where you been?"
I love it. I love it, man. There's a place over here where I'm at, and the guy knows my name. And every time I go in there, man, he's always like, "When are you going to give me some shoes, man? When are you going to give me some shoes?" The reason why is there's a famous designer named Pedro Garcia or Pedro Garcia.
Oh.
And so he's like, and his biggest thing is like shoes, designer, like women's shoes. And so I was like, "I'll give them to you, but you sure you want to walk around in high heels, bro? Like, is that, yeah, I think your feet are too wide. You got like Flintstone feet. It might cut some circulation off on you."
Flintstone feet.
He has a little diner where I live over here. He's a good guy, a really good guy. Sometimes I'll go late at night.
All right, Pedro, on my screen here, I've got BTC price preps, most parabolic phase. 5 things to know in Bitcoin this week as we prep to go to the moon. Let's go through these and ferret out whether that they are something we can believe in.
Did you read through it?
Or some. I've scanned it. Like most of these articles, they're mostly crap. But
yeah, it's pretty bad. I was like, "Oh, okay, we're gonna have fun on this one."
I mean, like they use like half AI and half like lowest paid people to write most of these articles. So they give me good topics to talk about, and so I don't say, "Hey, these are the things that are going to happen." I say, "Let's Pedro and I ferret out what's going on with these claims." Bitcoin saw a classic spate of weekend price action heading above 69,000, but retracing after the weekly close. Doesn't matter. Now it's up over 70. In doing so, it effectively closed the latest gap in CMA Group Bitcoin futures markets. The basic weekend price at blah, blah, blah. Weekend close. I forgot my question on this one. Okay, breakout or breakdown? what are we doing here, Pedro? Obviously,
Yeah,
in hindsight here, we have a breakout,
absolutely.
right?
Yeah.
We've got a breakout. Cointelegraph reported calls for 95,000 in June and even 150,000 by the end of the year are being reinforced by their respective sources. Pedro, where are you calling this thing in a month?
In a month, I
What's
think
the
if
great chart tell us?
If Trump keeps doing well in the polls and what he's doing, I don't see this slowing down. I can see us consolidating until November, until he really starts to push through. But if Biden changes his rhetoric, which I think sooner or later he's going to have to. Just like I said, the idea of, a couple, when was it? When they were talking about shutting down the why am I 21? Why is that? Why am I like forgetting what that's called, bro? What is wrong with me? Fit 21.
Shutting down. Oh, yeah, Fit 21, right.
Yeah, I was sitting there. And like I was sitting there looking at that, and I was like, this man, if he is smart, he's gonna have to change his views. There's too many people on the fence who he needs. It's a close race. He needs to change his views. If he does not, and he holds on, and Trump keeps getting the lead on this, I mean, Trump would have to do something really, really, really stupid, right? To like, and that's possible. Like, it's Trump. Y'all just right, like, but he's not
there's no doubt
that dumb
that.
though. You know what I'm saying? Like, he's not gonna really say something like, "Well, women need to be in the kitchen and slaving over my food," right? Like, he ain't gonna say that. Okay, so that's what I mean. Like, apart from that, which and that part right there would split the vote on bit of crypto people, right? If women, like, crypto women would be like, nah, bro, I can't. Like, I can't, because like I think guys are more like money driven. Where guys will be like, oh, whatever, dude. But women be like, dude, this dude's a chauvinist pig. Like, nah, I can't. Even though my bag's at risk, I can't vote for him. So, and I don't think he's going to do something like that. I don't. I think he's smarter than that, much smarter than that. So he knows he ain't going to say that be that stupid and say something like that. So what I see is I see us consolidating until come November. Or it just starts to just grind up, and we see this thing higher high, higher low, higher high, higher low, until it just gets to maybe 100 or 80,000 around this area right here. I would say 80,000 to 100,000. Why did I say that? 90,000 to 100,000, just grinding it up here. And then if he gets in office, dude, he brings back money from around the world into crypto. He gives a clear, concise, favorable laws to crypto, which I would see him doing. Right?
But he won't have to literally do anything.
Yeah.
All he has to do is get the Senate to be able to approve these bills,
Yep.
and and Trump will take all the credit for it. I mean, literally, the House of Representatives has done miracles in turning the tide of crypto favorably to a point where they can split the Democratic Party.
Yeah.
They literally can split the Democratic Party and make the Democrats run for cover on Biden and Warren's stupid policies. And the Senate's not quite there yet. And after this next election, the Senate might be there. Even if Robert Kennedy wins or I win. Tom for president.
I'd vote for you,
wait,
bro.
I'm not running for president. It's vote for Pedro. We got to vote for Pedro.
Yo, if I was to literally run for president and actually win, that token of vote for Pedro would skyrocket, dude. So, you know what? Remember the one I sent you, bro? I should have bought some, bro. I should have.
I know. Pedro, where'd you get that $3 trillion in your crypto exchange account? Well, I bought $2. A vote for Pedro 4 years ago.
It was worth $10,000 at the time. It was worth it just overshot Bitcoin here and market cap. Oh man, yeah. I still go and check on them. Oh man, it's sad to see what happened, but for my namesake, that's why it's sad. But either or, yeah, dude. So that's what I think it's gonna happen, man. Because I mean, right now, it's a totally different climate. I mean, it's a totally different climate. So I just think it's really, the other part behind it I found really interesting
What is
is
that?
that Nancy Pelosi voted for Fit 21. Like that screams of she understands, like,
That means she's running again.
yes.
I can't, that lady needs to effing retire, man. Come on.
But here's the thing. I had a friend of mine ask me, he goes, actually this morning he asked me, we were talking back and forth. And he goes, so like, I know that they made the ETF on both. He goes, but do you think they're going to start bringing ETF, let's say on Solana or any of these other ones? I go, absolutely, bro. Like, absolutely. At least the top 10 will go and turn into ETFs. Like, I don't see.
Hey, Pedro, you see my screen?
Oh, yeah. What is that? I was wondering what that is.
That's the view outside where I watch people run for the bus and the train.
Yes! Bro.
Just a change in programming, ladies and gentlemen. We're no longer going to talk about crypto or the financial markets. Screw that. We're going to get views by watching people fail. I live outside the bus station here. Literally, the bus stop is outside my window, 10 feet from here. And the train station is across the street here. That's the train station. Oh, and here's the bus. I can recognize the bus drivers because I see them go by. Each bus driver goes by twice on each shift because the road is really long. And when people run for the train or run for the bus, this side here you're looking at is the side that heads to downtown Chicago. So in the morning, people are running to the train when they're late. And goddamn, it's funny because they got to cross two roads. Because the Wizards in Chicago, like in other cities, like in many cities in Europe, when the train comes in, all the lights around the train station go to pedestrian mode so people can get on and off the train and not have to worry about cars. In Chicago, screw that. Cars first. And so they run across the road. Like another bus. It's like Bus Central here. How often do the trains go by? So often you don't even notice. And they run, and in the wintertime, they slip and fall. And I hate, as I say on Rugged, Ruined, and Wrecked, I hate making fun of other people, but sometimes you got to laugh at others' misfortune so you can learn. And then people run for the bus, and out here, and they trip, they run into this fire hydrant right here. Oh, it's so funny. I'm like, he's going to hit the fire hydrant. He hit the fire hydrant. And there's a curb in the train station. There's a curb there that you can't see on this camera here. And you see, and it's most of the time women in like wearing bad shoes. I don't know what it is with women that commute to work in bad shoes. I don't mean like Crocs bad shoes. I mean just like shoes that are meant to be seen, not worn. And and they trip and they fall, and you're like, oh, ooh. And so Pedro and I have decided that from now on we're just gonna show fails.
Dude, this will be our next venture is just to show, like, we'll zoom in on like, oh, she's got nice shoes. What are the odds of her tripping? Right? We got 40 people right here. We got 30 people throwing in money. Like, dude, we can create a coin out of this, bro. We got odds, like guys on bikes. You know what I'm saying? Like, that would actually, you know what? I think that's probably a breach of probably some law that we can't do. Actually, I just realized that. But the girl in the black, wearing the black dress, walking by, she looks like she's wearing like I'm trying to see. She's going at it. All right, what do we got?
You literally you can go all day. You can all day. You can sit here and watch people.
That's really weird. The guy stopped. Dude, I thought he was gonna get hit. The guy on the bike, he was like
all day
standing there, bro, like in the middle of the road. The car was literally. I was waiting for another car to come by. Anyways,
it goes on all day.
I saw the most beautiful woman. Then I tripped and grabbed her by the. What? What is going on? Oh, because they were saying, oh, okay, Trump's statement. Got it. That's fine. The female terrorist tried to hide the remote donator internally, but
you guys, you got you fans,
dude,
you're crazy people.
Bad, dude. I do not. Dude, we were okay. Let's keep moving. Next thing, Yeah,
The next one is a Bitcoin halving is not priced in, which I don't believe. I don't believe because the market's too efficient now with Bitcoin. I mean, or when it was younger, it was not an efficient market by any means. Now it's a very efficient market. And as soon as markets reach any sort of efficiency, everything's priced in. Unless you're the guy that dreamed up the issue. As soon as you tell it to someone else, they're front running it. So,
yeah.
And so I think that the halving was priced in. Let's see. Let's read the article on here they have to say. Yeah.
But I mean
Let's see. You need to know halving remains extremely relevant. The post-halving reaccumulation phase. That's such a bullshit statement. A reaccumulation phase. Everyone's fucking buying Bitcoin. It's not like we need some reason to do it again. It's literally buying every day, and it's not just day traders. People are buying. They're accumulating. Everyone knows that eventually, it's without some kind of weird thing going on, like Satoshi coming out being the NSA. It's going to $1 million at some point. Might as well buy some.
Your parents
put it away, forget about it.
Your great grandkids will get pissed off at you if you do not, like, at these prices.
Oh, it'll be a division of society.
Yeah.
There'll be people that invested in it, and there'll be a different class of people, and those that didn't. It's like the peasants of China. It'll be the elite class and the peasants, and it'll take a long time. Like it took China basically 50 years to get that peasant class moved up in the middle class. I mean, it took them 3 full generations at least. And the world giving our riches to them.
I was gonna say, with us sending them literally jobs. I mean, the idea behind that.
The thing I say, right? The thing I always say, that the only thing I ever believed that Trump said was actually 100% true out of his mouth, that he said on his own, was that he was pointing to a picture of Shanghai and a bunch of other Chinese cities with all their huge buildings and all that. And he said, who paid for all that? So they built all these big cities. Who paid for those cities? We did. Every what's our monthly trade deficit? 200 billion. So every month we send 200 billion dollars in our money to China.
Tax money.
Not tax money, just money. Every dollar.
Where do you think the government gets the money from?
I don't mean the government getting the money. I mean us when we buy stuff made in China.
But
$200 billion a month is our trade deficit.
I guess
China says, thank you very much. We're going to build big cities out of it.
But remember, in China, holy crap, I sounded just like him. In China, right?
China.
Dude, remember in China, businesses, there is no such thing as a free market business. Like, so when you're dealing with business, you're actually dealing with the CCP. Like, I mean, Jack, I was talking with somebody else over the weekend, actually at one of the parties, and he was talking about China and all this stuff that's happening. And I said, yeah, man, I would never want to live there. And he goes, I don't think it'd be that bad. They have a very open society. And I go, until you talk against like legitly the CCP. And he goes, no. I go, Jack Ma. That's all I have to say is Jack Ma. Jack Ma. And the problem is when they brought him back to the main area for everybody to see, the man was ghost white, as if he was locked away, and he was a lot more timid. So don't sit there and tell me that they have a free market in society.
One of my friends here in Chicago, he works. He's an accountant and works for a company that owns hotels. And their U.S. division got bought by a Chinese company a number of years ago. So we always kid him about working for the CCCP or the CCP. And so he said, "What's it like working for the dictatorship?" And he's like, "Ha ha ha." But it's it's an American company that the other group just owns it. And one day I go like, "Hey, how's it going?" He's like, "Well, our chairman disappeared."
Yeah.
I was like, "What do you mean?" They're like, "No one's heard from him in 3 weeks." Like he went on vacation. He's like, "Nope." Just one day disappeared, just left the office, and that was the last time anyone ever saw him. Heard from him, hasn't, and
a new president
that was a couple of years ago.
Where he gave up.
And they got a new chairman. Just just kind of he just showed up, and I think the old one
You don't vote.
finally
You just show up.
surfaced. Right, I think the old one surfaced, but not like he went to the re-education camps and
Yep.
somewhere.
Yep.
Just here you go. You create this big company, and one day government says nope, it's not yours anymore.
Pretty much, yeah. It's a pretty sad. Now, 10 years ago, like before Xi Jinping really, as when he came in, he was very, um, he was a part of and he started getting, and they started really to lean towards a capitalist society, and laws are changing. There was a freedom in religion, right? For you to kind of choose, even though the CCP still had a lot of power, they gave a lot of rights, and really started laxing on the long story short, laws, right? And then
Yeah, they thought he was going to be
yeah,
more of an open guy.
absolutely,
Ha! Tricked you.
yeah, that's exactly what happened. And he redrank the Mao theology, or excuse me, not Mao theology, and really just started pushing the idea of a strong centralized China, or communist China. And it's sad because they really could have avoided there's this whole entire situation that's happening right now, right? And they really could have really just blossomed, right? Like I look at the wasted capital, and I mean capital as in people, like, because really when it all comes down to, people are the capital that produce ideas that create society, right? Like, I'm capital, Tom's capital. What we talk about, we bring ideas, and then and who knows, we might say something that might push somebody to do something, who knows? But the reality is, we are the capital that create capital. And so they had so much talent there. I mean, dude, at the time it was like 1.4 billion, 1.3 bill, I think at the time, right?
I don't know.
They were screaming. I mean, they were a lot of population. A lot of it's dropped off, right? But the reality, man, is that when I sit there and I look at just he, and it's funny, and I don't, and I know, I honestly think that she is really trying. I do think he means well. I don't think he's sitting there trying to, like,
All right, you're going on too long with that one. Bitcoin whales stay in the game.
Yes.
Bitcoin whales are staying in the game. I got to tell you, that's a dumb statement, because whales, by definition, in Bitcoin are they never left.
Yeah.
Balances for whale addresses last active within 24 hours. You could just see a ton of activity going on, buying going on. When it got down below 70 again, or 69, they just bought more.
Here you go. The 10 years.
But yeah, well, God, we went. There was 5 reasons in there. Jesus, those were all shitty.
That's
Although I do love this. I know this article was shitty. Sorry to base the whole show on a shitty premise.
That's why I was like, did you read it? Because I just read it. It was like, and I was gonna let you know, but then somebody called me up and was asking me questions. So I was gonna tell you, you might want to change that. Either or.
Here's the real bullish sentiment thing, is that we got another big country coming in to the crypto world, like El Salvador did. I got to tell you, El Salvador companies are moving to El Salvador to take advantage of the good business climate. Once again, if the U.S. straightens that out, El Salvador will be, just crickets again. However, Argentina is a different story. Argentina is a proper country. Not that El Salvador is not a proper country. Don't get mad at me for that. But I mean, as far as infrastructure, and just the trappings of needing to live in a Western country, Argentina tops El Salvador by a lot. And they're going to start doing things like issuing bonds and all that stuff, and allowing Bitcoin to be a tradable currency type thing. And once Argentina does that, it's going to be harder and harder for the IRS the U.S. government to keep ruling that Bitcoin or other similar cryptocurrencies should not be treated as a currency, and stop this whole property nonsense that we have to report every trade on our taxes. I made 2 cents on this one. I made 70,000 transactions, because it's not it's not sustainable to be able to
Tax.
report every trade. It takes up too much time. Taxes are not supposed to be something you spend your whole life working on. Working for is a different theory. I mean, the compliance. I mean, the U.S. government has tons of rules. Whenever they come up with a new form, it can't. It has to be a reasonable amount of time for filling out the form. But they don't do that for taxes. They're like, come out with a new policy, and they're like, oh well, you'll have to spend the next 16 years of your life figuring this out. Anyway, so if Argentina can pull this together, let's see, blah blah blah. So El Salvador and Argentina got together, met what went right, what went wrong, and so Argentina's gonna be like, let's do this, let's do it, and it's a good thing. It's a good thing. I frankly, I'm looking forward to going to Argentina.
Mexico was talking about it before Biden really started hitting hard against it.
Mexico. I don't know.
Mexico's a different story. I get that, but what I'm trying to say is, if they so decided as well to sit there and say, you know what, we're going to depeg from the dollar in a sense and really move to Bitcoin again, and that would actually be smarter, because their relationship between El Salvador and the relationship.
Yeah, let me tell you why So anytime anyone brings up Mexico, I'm like, it's because they need to fix their presidential election system. When they had the IP, whatever, the guys that were in power for like 40 years, and the guy just kept winning the presidency. Finally, they said enough. They changed their constitution, but instead of saying only 2 terms like we did here in the U.S., they said 1 term. And so the day the guy gets elected, he doesn't have to do shit. It's a big party. Let's rape this country for as much as we can get out of it. They don't have to run for office again. They're not responsible to the voters or the party or anything. They're just they got 6 years of one sweet ass party at what's the down there, the Los Pinos, the White House in Mexico, which I've been to, and of course it's very nice and all that type of stuff. And it's just one big party for 6 years, and then the guy's like, well, now I'm the former president. I'm going to go take all my money I stole from the country and go. And until they fix that. Until they say because then the government's not responsible for anything. They're like, well, fuck it, we're not going to be in power 6 years from now, so might as well just have fun. Till they fix that and make people actually strive to do better by having to run for re-election, there's just no hope. There's small hope. It's just there's no hope for the government, and you need a balance of government and private industry to go and drive everything to be great. And until they do that, not going to happen. That's why the cartels still exist. I mean, because the president doesn't have to be reelected. All he has to do is cruise through it. And then he's like, why would I mess up with the cartels? All they're going to do is make problems for me if I mess with them. Yep, but if you have to run for reelection, then you take risks.
Yep. Yeah. I mean, why?
But
here's my question, though. Okay, so there are a lot of people came over from Mexico, right, to the United States over the last 4 years. I was talking with somebody over the weekend, and he came over a year ago. Took him 2 years to go from, I forget, was it Ecuador? I think it was Ecuador. And then he chilled out a little bit in Mexico. And what was really interesting is once he finally got here to America, right? He came over, was able to get citizenship, right? So he's been here for a year. The man has learned English, right? He's not fluent, but man, the guy is learning, right? He's literally working 3 jobs. He works literally almost 120 hours a week. Like, that's insane. Like, I'm not joking. Like, and then I asked him, I said, how old are you, man? He goes, I'm 18. And I go, you are 18. And then I go, oh, that makes sense. All the energy you had at 18, absolutely. You could work 3 jobs. Like, I was like, remember that? Like, you could have a full-on work all day. Like, you would go to practice in the morning at 18, right? Like, you go to practice. I used to get up. I had a paper out, legit, right? At one of the foster homes. And then from there, I would go to work out in the morning before or after my paper out in the sport I would do. Then I would go all day long. Then I would have practice after, right? I did water polo and stuff like that. And then I would go and work out with the guys after we had done with water polo. And I would do this 3 out of the 5 days of school. You know what I'm saying? Like maybe 4 times. So the energy that you have at 18 is absolutely amazing. So I said, this guy, if we see something of that nature where you can see that energy come to America from Mexico, I think you could also see a lot of people go back into Mexico and saying, we finally have some money. Let's actually establish a real good, legit local government that stops, a lot of, and if enough people sit there and really starts to push, a good system in Mexico, I think we very much could see some, and a lot of my family do believe this. And I know Tom's like, dude, how are they going to stop the cartel?
All they have to do is just go kill them. Everyone knows where they live. If someone just said, "Let's do it," it literally can be done in a weekend.
Yes.
I mean, it's not hard. Just go kill all those guys. Do the Godfather thing, Michael Corleone thing. Take care of the 5 families. It just takes the will to do it.
True. With one term, you can destroy.
All right, let's switch. Why don't we switch it up and start going over some charts? Our loyal viewers have been listening to us opine again today, but really they want to know is how to get rich or die trying.
Gotcha. Here we go. Let's pop this up. Let's pop it like it's hot. And by the way, man, I want to throw this out. We had quite a bit of people on Full Ramp Friday on Friday. I want to say thank you guys for coming out. Really do appreciate that a lot. I know you guys came in and were shouting out. Also, shout out to Zach Conference for showing up. Thank you so much. That was a great time, a good conversation. And as you guys all know, I was acting a fool out there. So, but it was a good time. Guys, if you guys have any questions, anything you guys want me to look up here on the charts here, I'm just going to go through the top 10 here real quick and then kind of see where you guys want me to go. Let's check out Ethereum. We already went Bitcoin. Ethereum has been pumping, man. Look, I mean, over the weekend.
Look at that chart.
What's up?
Look at that chart. Woo.
Yeah, straight up.
Look at that Ethereum chart. It's nice. That's real nice.
It is. I could see it I can see it tapping the all-time highs, which is really that 48,000, or excuse me, not 48,000. That'd be crazy, 48,000 Ethereum. But I tell you, those guys at Bankless would be. I don't even think they would do Bankless anymore. I mean, they'd be worth so much money. They'd be ridiculous. But
those guys at Bankless, it pisses me off. They have plenty of good content and guests, but they also have a lot of crap shows, and they get 50,000 people watching it.
Yeah, man, but they've been at this for like almost 6 years.
Yeah,
they've been at this for a minute, and dude, they have some really rocking content. I mean, I listen to them, and I
even their shitty shows though are get good things.
Yeah, I mean, regardless of it, bro, in 6 years, I'm pretty positive. I mean, we'll be up there, and then our OGs here, Crypto Mike, Mr. Shorts, Jensen, a lot of the guys here, Daryl, we'll be able to pay them and be like, hey, you guys are gonna moderate. Here's a couple $100. Appreciate what you guys are doing. Let's just appreciate those things. Those are nice. Anyways, but what I'm saying though is when I think about the possibilities, of Ethereum's high is at 4864. And right now we're literally sitting around 39,400 area. And over literally the last 2 weeks at the lows here, almost tapping that 200-day period moving average, we literally shot up 1,000, which was at 3,000. So it literally did about 33% increase, which was huge. So I mean that's been a nice little pump. So the fact is that this is starting to pump. We're above that 8 period moving average, and this is a good little pump. I would love to see this week sell off a little bit so I can see a demand wick here. But the reality is there's a lot of favorable stuff going on within crypto. What's actually happening here, it's very bullish at the fact that they just keep moving up here. So I'd love to see more volume here, but at this moment I would call this a trend, a continuation of trend. as we start to move. So it's really interesting. And I did talk, dude, this is where I was wrong. I talked trash regarding the ETF being approved last week. And sure enough, man, that ETF just popped, man. So that, I always want to point out where I'm wrong so that, because there are a lot of times where I'm right. So we need to point out when I'm wrong. I was wrong in that aspect. We are pushing up here. So I would look to see if we get up to that 4,800 mark here in Ethereum, I would expect a sell-off. I would. We should see some kickoff, but again, it will just come back either to that daily 8-period moving average as we push up into this week, if not next week. So be prepared for a bullish week for Ethereum. I expect to see it push up, at least a big push. And if we do see it and it hit this high of 8,400, expect a bit of a sell-off from here and come back and retest. So that's something that I would look to do. Let's check out BNB. Now, BNB has been just holding here. I wouldn't be shocked if they also started talking about a Ethereum-based ETF. Excuse me, they already did that. A ETF-based BNB and as well as Solana.
This is one nice flag here. Was it the daily chart here?
Yeah. Yep.
That says breakout written all over it right there.
Absolutely. So the fact is, I'd love to see a little bit more of a push up, but again, I'm a bit bullish. Like I'm bullish anywhere above the 100-day period moving average from 546 up. I would expect to see this. Now the all-time high is sitting at the 669 area. So this price is a nice price to see it push up. Ultimately, we did find support at that 505. So if we do see a bit of a sell-off, I would look at the 543 down to the 505 area. Simply because if we do see a sell-off, I would want to see it come down to there and for a little bit of a buy marker. XRP is still what our XRP is doing. I actually read some news about XRP, that Coinbase enabled Ripple XRP trading in New York. So it was really interesting.
Yeah, they got back on it in New York.
Yeah,
after sure they paid some campaign donation to the lady that prosecutes everyone in New York.
Yeah, she did. Oh, yeah. She backed
the state
off.
attorney general.
Yeah, the attorney general. Yeah, dude, here's another thing. I think if we see crypto really again start to get headway and Trump, she'll have to change her tune. You know what I'm saying? Like it's just I don't see her holding position. You know what I'm saying? Oh, you about to see somebody's going to trip?
I thought there's a lady just jogged across the street and she's doing waiting for the light to change or something, doing exercises here. She's just off screen. I'm waiting for something bad to happen there.
Dude. The fall cam, bro. The fall cam. We might want to be careful simply because could we get in trouble for this? I just when I think about that.
No, they're in public.
Okay. All right. Just want to make sure. But in the same sense, I'm looking at this here with the XRP. XRP is seeing some bullish. Actually, I don't want to say bullish.
And they're not going to be bullish in my mind until they tell us how they earn money. My audit chain sponsor, Jason Myers, is on Twitter today saying that what people in crypto do not understand is how difficult it is to sell something, like to sell your product, and how important it is. They do, and it's true. I talk to people all the time here about like they say, "Well, we're going to put money into marketing and blah 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 blah." I'm like, no, selling. They're selling. You know all about selling, Pedro. Selling is selling. Selling is the essence of any business.
Getting the check. Give me your security, and I want to get your checking account information
to give his money
to me,
to you.
Yes.
Right. That is sales.
Yeah.
And people in crypto don't understand it. And you know who else doesn't understand it? XRP. XRP doesn't understand it. Because they operate on burning up the money they made in 2017 And they don't tell us how they make money.
Yeah, that's true.
And if they were to tell people how they made money, one of two things would happen. Either the price of this would go to zero, or it would go to $1 trillion. One of those options.
Yeah.
Or we're somewhere in between there. That might be a little hyperbole there. And if they said, I listened to an earnings call a long time ago. It's very famously, the guy's given, it was for a company called Sunbeam when they were pumping a long time ago in the early 2000s or something like that. And chief financial officer goes on, wah, 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 and EBITDA earnings before this, and then one-time charge, and blah, 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 blah. The guy just stops him. He goes, just stop. He goes, how much cash did people give you? Well, our net cash position changed. No. How many times did Ma and Pa American go buy when they sold hair dryers, appliances, that type of shit? Juicers, just any of the small appliances. How many did you sell? How much money did people give you? Like cash. What's the number from sales? Not before or after, one-time charge, this or that, before. What's the number? And the guy wouldn't tell him. And the stock price went like this. Because it turned out they were doing just financial tricks to pump up their numbers. And they didn't get any more people. The analyst literally had to go to Best Buy and say, Best Buy, I'm going to pay you to go through your records and tell us exactly how many of these things you sold. And they're like, we sold 3% less, and we sell 3% less every month because the Chinese products are winning. And the stock went just like that.
That was that one more time.
XRP. Going to do the same thing. The XRP army is probably going to just load up on the comments here and go, well, if we can get any of the XRP army to watch, that would be good. But they'll load up the comments. You don't know what you're talking about. XRP to the moon. Moon. Market pumped. Didn't go up.
Nothing.
Market went up. Bitcoin went up 80,000% in the past year. XRP. All right. That's enough of that.
Well, but I think what's interesting, though, is they are talking about an XRP like ETF, like Solana, XRP. And if they do the top 10, I see XRP becoming a part of that whole entire. And it was really interesting is that Shorts went through and literally was like, he really does see XRP as like almost a CBDC. Or excuse me, that wasn't Shorts. That was Data. Mr. Lawton. And I think that's an interesting thought because the reality is pretty clean. We don't really see them doing much. They're not transacting businesses. Yes, they have relationships with banks, but do you see them actually being used? Is there a transaction in which we can sit there? Like when Elon Musk made billions of dollars as a 19-year-old, was it 19 or 20? Right? What made him money was he had a lot of people using his system to transact business and he was making fees, and he wasn't living off of fees of his fan base. No, there was actual real business where, okay, I want to buy this. I'm using eBay to do this, not you. And I'm buying eBay. Now I'm going to use that. He had real connections with real contracts where you actually use his form of e-money, right? That you can transfer. And he made a profit from that. So when he sold his business, it was because it was profitable. And that's what you call sales and marketing. Right? Real sales. Give me the check. Did you get the check? Can I grab that money and transfer it into my account? And that's where we don't see with XRP. So this is why me and Tom are sitting there going, is this really is this a business, or is we had a sky.
Show me the money. Show me the money.
Exactly.
I listen to all these guys, these genius crypto. It pisses me off too, because I've run manufacturing businesses and all this type of stuff where you live and die whether that salesman comes to your desk and says, boss, close the sale. Is money in the bank? Not yet. Okay, well, come back when the bank calls. The bank calls, says money's in the bank, and then you can make payroll. And these crypto guys, that they're geniuses, and that you read the articles, genius CEO, oh, he's a visionary leader. It's all crap.
How good is his sales team? That's all what it's about.
You're right, exactly. How good is your sales team? How good's your sales manager?
The key is this, and I was funny is like, I was talking to Tom earlier. So I have some stuff going on in my my personal life where I have things popping, and right now, like I'm in sales right now. And in this project that I'm working through, I'm in sales. I am the salesman, and this is, I think this is where Elon Musk has really got this down. Is he knows he's a salesman. He learned that very on. I think when he cashed that check and he became 100 millionaire, dude. How much did he sell? It wasn't eBay.
PayPal?
Yeah, PayPal. How much was that? Oh, it later became
I think
PayPal,
he made it
but
140 million or something like that.
What was it?
Yeah, it's PayPal. He was one of the founders of PayPal.
Right, but what did he sell it for? Do you remember?
It's sold for a couple, like 1.2 billion to eBay, but his share was only like 140 million or something like that.
Only, dude. And this was
I know.
This was in the late 90s, right? I believe.
Yeah. Something. It was maybe 2002, 3, somewhere like that.
Yeah, dude. Like that. Like, and that was real. Like that. I remember sitting there going, like, man, that's amazing. Like, and I didn't even really know about eBay. Like, I didn't know what it was, really what it did. I knew it was like some form of auction area, but I mean, at that time, I didn't even understand what a what's the word I want to use? I guess I didn't call it an email address. I said a computer address. That's what it was. I said, what's a computer address? I was like, do I need to go and pick it up somewhere? My friend's like, no, you jump on a computer and you go to AOL. What? What's AOL? Or Yahoo? And so, like, I literally had taken a computer class in college, so I actually kind of understood this. Like, I was like, what is this? What is this address they're talking about? What is this thing? Dude, like looking back at it now. So, like, I remember just being, oh, this guy made that amount of money just off of this thing? Like, just crazy. AOL. Yes, disc.
The disc, man, I had stacks of those things. I had piles of them.
I remember
every time I turned around, every magazine you bought had an AOL disc in it. Remember they started selling, they started giving you the real little ones then?
Yes.
Little, the mini ones?
Yes. I remember one time I was in college, right? And they gave
My
us
mom still has an AOL address.
That's awesome.
She uses it.
I love it. That's absolutely awesome.
I said, Mom, come on, man. You got to change it. It literally identifies you as an ancient person. And Mom says, well, she goes, I am older than you. It's like,
that's AOL.
My mom's she's only 20 years older than, like 19 and a half years older than me. But I'm like, Mom, you're not that old. You're not old enough to need an AOL address. You can grow up now and get to a Hotmail.
Or maybe potentially even Google, but that might be pushing it. Dude, like...
No, the Gmail is still widely used. It's not like, even the Yahoo address went away.
No, man. I still got a Yahoo address.
Yeah, but I probably have not taken an email address from someone that's at yahoo.com in 10 years at least.
Fun.
I'm sure I could probably log into my old one because at one point I had, I claimed the same name on all the major services.
Striking balls? Is that what it was?
No, that's all new.
Still, it's cool.
And the bus is back.
Let me real quick go over here real quick. So let's check out ADA. ADA's really, like, I am pro. I like Cardano. I'm pro movement for Cardano. I think if we see some big movements actually happening in crypto, I believe that we're going to see a push in Cardano to push up. So they still have a huge portion of people who look at them. And from a technical standpoint...
Shane says Earthlink.
What's up?
Shane says Earthlink.
Oh, yeah.
That was another big dial-up service. I started on Prodigy. Before there was CompuServe and before there was AOL.
That's funny.
And you only had a number. It was like my number was like 7623.23 at prodigy.net. And then they allowed you to talk to the people on CompuServe, and we're like, oh my god, it works.
It's awesome. It's crazy, dude. That's how I think it's gonna be like for crypto. Like us talking right now about Cardano, ADA, right? Like I think there's gonna be a whole entire new slot and companies that are gonna come out. You know, like that you've heard people say that these are zombie chains, right? Like so I think, in 20 years we might see ADA. We may see
So
AVAX.
something's going on with ADA. Let me tell you. I mean, I'm one of the people that's looked at that and gone, zombie. You know, and Charles is on all sorts of
Yeah.
YouTube channels and trade shows, giving speeches about governance and how things should work and all that. And everyone's like, meh. But he's playing the long game. I mean, his company, what the hell's it called? But IOHK, is like, this big company. The Cardano thing is just, one product that it has. And they're hiring people. They're always hiring engineers. They're software engineers, marine engineers or aerospace engineers, but software engineers. They're hiring product managers, this, product managers, that. And it's got to come to fruition in something, I mean, it's got to manifest itself. They have a plan. They're definitely playing the long game. They're not out there saying, "Oh my God, we gotta get this to market fast as possible." They're saying, "No, this is what we're developing," which is I don't exactly know yet, but I think they're going to tell us soon. And the Cardano chain is obviously will be the beneficiary of all those products. And so there is a future for Cardano. But from the fundamental perspective, the question is when. When, fellas? When?
Yeah, I think when it comes down to it from a price point standpoint, I like them where they're at here. The fact is, I want to point out that we've consolidated quite a bit here with them. Like I said originally, I wanted them down at the lower marks here at that 31 or 34 area, even 23. But in all reality, if the legislation in Washington really starts to change and we start to have the see money come in, banks are going to fund money into already established projects, right? That are going to want to sit there and say, well, they already have money, they have things, they have cryptos that do things, to quote Jamie Dimon, right? Like he's like, there are cryptos out there that don't do anything, and there are cryptos that do something. Well, Jamie Dimon is going to sit there and say, put money into the ones that do things. Cardano is one of them. So I think these are going to be one of the ones that I see really push up. And he's another one that I think understands the idea of salesmanship. When he goes out, he very much acts as a salesman for Cardano. And he gets that. So I think it's one of those things that he very much will be able. He never really talks trash much about people and other organizations like AVAX. AVAX was talking trash, and all of a sudden, boom, you saw them kind of drop. So it was really interesting to see what actually happens. Matic is another one I think is, again, at these points now, at these lower levels here, I'm looking to be buying these here now, just because of this weekend has changed everything. When Trump said what he said, and now he's leading so hard in the polls, it changes the climate completely. It's like when it's the end of the storm, right? Like you saw the middle of the storm. You're like, oh, is it great? And you're like, oh crap, here we go again, right? But then all of a sudden you're like, is this clearing? Is that light? Is that real? Please let it be, right? I think that's what it feels like. So I think what we potentially could see is a crypto, like in these areas here, potentially could be consolidating areas here where we saw people getting ready to buy and have been buying. So personally, I'm at a point now where I'm buying more, right? I'm allocating more money into these price points here, simply because if I'm wrong, right, I'm okay with this. Okay, I'm okay with at these prices. If we do see a sell off, okay, I'm cool with that, right? I don't really know. But if I'm wrong, right, and we just skyrocket from this moment on at at price 74, 72, and we start seeing literally a $7, a $10, a $15 Matic, right? And we start seeing a Shibu Inu. Wow, it was really hard. Shiba Inu. Um, Seeing this thing right come down. I've been waiting for it to go down, but now I can't. I really can't sit there and say this most likely is going to happen anymore, because there is an old statement that used to fly around in the trading community saying your technical analysis is no match for my tweets, right? Like, speaking of the tweeter, right? Trump, right? And it was true. Like, he would tweet something, you're just like, crap, or the market would move, and you're like, what's going on? And then everybody literally had Trump's tweet, Trump's
right on their tweet deck.
Yes. And like, as soon as you just didn't know when he was going to tweet something about little Rocket Boy or his good friend Putin. I don't know, right? Like, regardless of it, it was one of those moments that you just never knew. So I think he will very much be, oh, I love the Shiba Inu dog. Boom, pops up, and it's like, also you see Shiba, then anybody that's a dog coin, right, goes to $1 trillion, right? It's just, so I think that climate will come around. So that's why it's like, I don't know. So if that man gets in office, I very much see things just getting nuts around here. So that's why right now I've kind of changed my paradigm in how I look at the markets now. I mean, you have to.
So what you're saying is that you are now a meme coiner.
Awesome. Yes. If you want to call me a meme coiner, I will be a memer. A memer. But I've always been kind of, I remember it was you who were saying, meme coin industry is out. And I was like, I don't know, bro. I mean, we've had meme coins
It's
as
back.
long as we've had, like, the cycle,
Here's I got the other camera working again. Over here is Uncle Sam here doing his thing. Literally the. Let's see if I can zoom in on that better. I just deleted it. You idiot.
You're killing me, Smalls, over here. You're killing me. All right. Let's check out Solana here real quick. Actually, we'll finish up with ADA. So ADA, I see this is a good price point between here.
Oh, you already did ADA.
Yeah.
And then you went to Matic.
Right. Let's talk about Dogecoin.
Doji.
Dogecoin is one of these ones that we don't know necessarily what's going on with Elon. He keeps talking about it. He keeps mentioning it in his conversations periodically, every now and then. So I don't think we're done with Dogecoin. I do expect, from a technical analysis, the fact that we are above all the moving averages. I expect us to now clear, at least push through the 17 and come back and retest this 21 to 22 cent area. We're above all these moving averages. The only thing that could potentially mess with us is the higher time frame SMA, whereas over this past week we gapped up and we are continuing. I could see us come back and retesting that 8-period moving average, seeing a sell-off before it will load up and then push up to even potential all-time highs, and which would be 80 cents, because the truth is from the 22 cent, 21 cent, everything else has been traded through. So the next one is 63, because these were all traded. So there's not much supply here. This area here was a fresh supply area, but now we've come and touched it. We could potentially see from 17, like legitly see it around 60 cents, and it could like literally get going. So personally, I am kind of loading up again with Dogecoin here. And by the way, our good old friend, Mr. Alexander, love for him to come back on if ever he's listening to this. I want to talk to him about a couple things. Let's talk about Tone.
Tone? Huh? Tone Loke?
No, Tone Coin. Am I saying right? Ton Coin. Ton? Is it Tone?
Ton.
Horrible. I can't even remember it. But when I look at this, dude, they're kind of strong right now, and you're seeing so much volume come in, bro. It's pretty intense how much volume is happening here. So there's just a lot of money going into this, like real. So like again, I think this is another one that it's going to see money come in, because the reality is their customer base is literally like a quarter of the world. It's like as big as Facebook.
You know.
Like that's just a ridiculous amount of customers. Remember we talked about, is the check cashable? Yeah, this check is cashable. And if he was to simply say, hey, look, I would like for you guys, if you're going to use, right? If you're going to use Telegram, please pay like 50 cents a month. I would. I'd spend $5 to $10 using Telegram, because that's how much I use it. And the information that I get from it is just invaluable for me. So
I agree.
Yeah. I mean, and the ability, it's a phone service. On top of that, it's a communication service. It's a texting service. And I can use this as a way for me to add documents, take off documents, and pass that documents to other people, right? It's simple. So this company, potentially, if they decided that they just want to do whatever, like 50 cents in America is, or $1 in America, I mean, because they have so many users, they instantly become one of the most powerful countries, or powerful businesses in the world, instantly. So it's and right now they're kind of working for free, which is kind of brilliant if you think from a actual standpoint of a business standpoint. Like you get everybody addicted, and then you're like, all right, now pay the piper. I mean, they'll probably lose a lot, but even if they lose half, almost 1 billion people using them.
I know, and I wouldn't be surprised if the U.S. government starts getting angry about that.
Yeah, but here's the thing, like you're actually right, because what they did with
they'll treat it like TikTok.
Yeah, TikTok. You're right. Shoot, I didn't think, man, don't do anything stupid. Like but the thing is it's not invasive on my phone. It's not requesting all this information from me. Like when you, I mean, am I wrong? I mean, did yours?
No, here's the difference. Here's the deal with Telegram, is that everything you post on Telegram, unless you specifically say, form an encrypted conversation between the two of us, not your DMs are all open to Telegram to read, and to whatever data providers that they sell that info to. And so they've built profiles on 1/4 of the world that uses Telegram, on what they're involved in, what they talk about, all this type of stuff, who their connections are. They know everything, and they're selling that data for sure, And so they know your political leanings. They know what you talk about. They know who your friends are, all this type of stuff. And it's essentially controlled by a couple of Russian nationals. And I find it hard to believe that the U.S. government hasn't taken issue with that and sanctioned them or anything like that, or I don't understand it.
So are you?
But
I mean, what are your thoughts on them personally? Like from a standpoint of like from a business and as a personal, what are your thoughts?
It's a license to print money. When you have the user base like that, you can do whatever you want, because unless you have to employ a bazillion people, which Telegram clearly doesn't have to do.
Yep.
Then you don't have to make a lot of money. You can make pennies at a time, and still cover all your costs and make a fortune. I mean, it's a fabulous business. I mean, any business that you can get any business in which you can get more than 50 customers is a good business, paying customers. Any business that you can get 1,000 paying customers is an incredible business. And any customer that you can get the whole world paying you is just free money. Let's just go to Ibiza and get the drugs and hookers and booze. I mean,
I want you to tell me how you
That's
really
not my
feel.
line. That's a famous line
I
from
know,
a
I know.
person in my life. Thankfully, no longer in my life.
That was it was your
Business
ex
partner,
partner from business. That's why I was
armored
cracking up.
car
That's what I was
days.
like, oh shoot, he was there.
There it is. Now
Um,
I've got it zoomed in over here. Is the
yeah,
famous "Be There" thing is the Uncle Sam thing. I want you for the U.S. Army, and that's what I got hanging. It's an actual uh, poster from the 1940s.
1940s.
It's an original promotional "I Want You" poster. It's not production or anything like that. And I've got a number. I've got a couple of different originals that my grandfather actually collected. Actually, I shouldn't say my grandfather. I should say my grandmother collected them while she was at home with my aunt Gail when she was 1 and 2 years old, while my grandfather was overseas, and he kept them until he gave a I'm sorry, he gave a bunch of, gave them to me when I opened my factory in Chicago, and I have these and about five others, all World War II era advertising posters. In fact, I have the one that was the premise for the movie Saving Private Ryan. There's five Sullivan brothers who died in the Pacific, and it formed the rule that the whole family can't go, unless they volunteer. But they still tried to stop that from happening because someone had to be home and be the breadwinner or help
Well,
mama at the farm.
no, it was more than
And
that. Remember, because they had to sit there and then it was for the namesake, right? Is like you couldn't send all the family, all the boys,
right,
because
no, I was saying the poster is of the poster literally says the Sullivan brothers did their job.
oh god,
Now you need to did their job. They all got blown up on a ship. And so I have all these posters. I hung them up in my shop, or in the offices of my old factory. And so the guys from the U.S. government was my big client, they'd come in and see these things. They'd go to all these armored vehicle factories all over the world, and it was just the same crap. Awful factory, terrible, terrible offices, And then they'd come to mine, and it was a tribute to our soldiers and military and stuff. And they would like weep, and I'd be like, now that's setting the stage for a sales call.
yes, dude, that's exactly what I thought. I was like, how did you fail, dude? Like with those type of, dude, that's like
Corruption.
shooting.
U.S. government corruption. That's how I failed.
Anyways, okay, on to the next one. So Tone, here, like, so they're at 800 million as of 2023, the end of it. But
There's no reason they're not going to 20 billion.
well, yeah, so they've
No
been
reason.
literally been doing 2.5 million new user signups a day. A day, 2.5 million new signups every day. Since pretty much 2000 and 2024 start, and they've been increasing. And it was funny is I didn't really see anybody in my in my phone, right, that was on it, because you when you connect to it,
Same as me. It
it
just
can,
snuck up. It went from like, oh, they might do this, to all of a sudden I was like, where'd these guys come from?
yeah, dude, I
Totally missed the boat on it. Completely.
yeah. And so like it's literally, I would say half I wouldn't say half, maybe a quarter of the people that I have in my phone all now have Telegram. Maybe not quarter, maybe 15%. Whereas maybe at the beginning of the year it was maybe 1%, right? So it jumped up quite a bit. I'm like, holy crap! All my friends, a lot of my friends, so when I see them pop up, I always say, dude, about time you get here, man, right? Like, and they're like, "Do whatever, man." And so I'll shoot them like crypto telegrams with them, and I go, like, okay, protect yourself here, right? Like, so you don't get scammed, So I shoot them, and I'll let them know how not to get scammed on Telegram videos, because it can happen. So you got to be real careful, just like with WhatsApp app. But jumping back to the chart here, I think what's interesting is that you're seeing a lot of money come in. And I think the first real digitized cryptocurrency connected to a business, a national or international business that could really take off, right? It could be Telegram, because of the fact that it has such a wide base of users that it would be it would be. I just don't see them not. They're not dumb, and they're going to use this wisely, and they're going to know how to. I don't think they're going to try to sit there and go too far, right? So for me, when I look at that aspect, I see them really being smart. So when it comes down to a coin being used, if this thing was to get used by Ton, and you would have to need to use um, Ton here for it, we could see Ton really push up. So I would sit there and say, and I think what's the market cap? I think they're 40, or was it 400 mil is where they're sitting at. Ton. Let me refresh
Well,
this.
they've got to be more than 400 million.
Excuse me. I don't know why I said that. I meant 40 billion. I don't. Yeah, that's what I meant. I don't know why I said boom. Ton. Yeah, 22 bill. So I know it sounds like it's way.
Oh, they're at 22 billion. Yeah,
Yeah.
that's what I thought. I'm like, yeah.
Yeah. Sorry. So, but what I'm saying though is this could go to $1 trillion. And I know that sounds nuts. You're like, what? The reason why I say that is because the amount of people that would need to buy it, right, to use the and I would buy Ton. I would if I had to use.
Yeah, well, their advertising program's starting to work pretty well too.
Oh, really? I mean, used it. I don't even know anything about it.
Yeah, they said. Well, I mean, Telegram's advertising program for the larger rooms, you can run advertising in your room, and they pay you in Ton.
Oh, shut up, dude. We need to do that.
Oh, trust me, I looked into it. You know, we need a few more views. You know, a few more members. I mean, there's rooms out there. There's rooms out there that have 600,000 people in it.
Wow.
Like most of them are like these Russian disinformation rooms and stuff like that. But there's plenty of channels that are news channels and other types of things in which people get their news from them, and they make good money on advertising. And they get paid in Ton, which you would think, and I don't understand the business model, because that someone's got to buy the Ton. They just can't mint it. It's got to. I don't know what the business model is behind that. I mean, right now they're probably just minting it, or what. I don't know how that token works. Is there a limited supply? Can they just make it all day like U.S. dollars? If anyone's got any ideas, we only have like one viewer right now. This Memorial Day is slow. I thought maybe we'd get people at home, but I think everyone's out barbecuing or something. Bro. Oh, speaking of, you were picking up the booze the other day. How'd your barbecue go?
I very much did, but that was on Sunday, man. So like, I have a lot of friends of mine who are business owners. Oh, there you are, buddy. I can see you.
Yeah, this is our show today. This is our show today. This is it. One viewer.
One viewer.
Who's Shane's here.
Shane's
here. I'm not even. We have a couple of viewers. I'm not even monitoring
it, so none of them are me.
It's me, because I am.
So you're one of them.
Shane and Dara.
Oh, look at this. We got someone on Twitch.
We got someone on Twitch. No. Yeah, I know. Hello, sorry for bothering you. I want to offer you promotion of your channel viewers, chatbots. Yeah. Price is lower than any of our competitors. The quality is guaranteed to be the best. Flexible and convenient order management panel, chat panel, everything's in your hands. A huge number of custom settings. Go to Streamrise. Thanks. Our one viewer on Twitch was a promoter. Thanks, buddy.
I'll take it, dude. I have 3 people watching, so.
Yeah, no, we do. I mean,
we have a few guys, dude. I like them, man. These guys are here, man. So that's all that matters.
See, what do we got on the tweeter here?
Oh man, I accidentally had this guy on
20 views on Twitter.
There we go. Moving on up. Anyways, so I think from a perspective of business, dude, Ton potentially could rule the world just simply because of the users. It's like, how the government stepped in and told Facebook they couldn't create their own cryptocurrency? right?
Right. I know. They came in, they said, oh, that's going to be too powerful. You can't do that. So Zuckerberg listened to them.
I know.
He listened to them.
Yeah.
All he had to do was say, fuck you guys, I'm creating my own cryptocurrency or digital, Facebook money.
Yeah.
And they would have, you can't do that, and passed a rule against it, and the Supreme Court would have shut him down. Said, no, they can do that.
Yeah.
And here everyone else has done it, and Facebook is now left in the dust. Oh, thankfully, but
I was going to say, if they did, man, do you understand the implications? I'm glad he did listen, because that man's a powerful man, and it would have consolidated the crypto power. If I'll put it like this, if Zuckerberg had done that, okay, because remember, Zuckerberg was creating his own Meta, they changed it to Meta. He was going to go, he was creating his own metaverse, he's creating his own entire ecosystem, like just completely, right? He very much could have dominated the whole entire thing. And I am glad that he wasn't able to. It sounds horrible, but like it would have completely consolidated power, consolidated his ability to control the crypto market. Very much so. And I had friends of mine who literally had bought part of his metaverse and were basically waiting for him to be able to set everything up so they could take the metaverse, because he was buying property, digital property, and Meta's little metaverse. And he had bought a lot. Like, he's like, dude, you need to get in this. So I bought a couple stuff there, and then literally the government stepped in and said, dude, you can't do that. And he was like, okay, right? Like, but like partly like,
okay, boss.
Okay, boss. All right, we'll stop. But the reality is he did. That one thing is kind of good. But now Ton was able to get the movement ahead. If I could see, in all reality, if Zuckerberg was to set things up a little bit quicker, right? And the government was to step in and tell Ton, no, you can't use that here, dude. You're requesting too much information from our population over here in America. I could see Bitcoin stepping in and getting that right, and being able to get that contract and really move ahead with that. And all of a sudden we see FB token just explode, right? And see that move. And he would, he'd create his own blockchain. I think he already has his own blockchain, right? Like, it's all set up. But he just kind of pulled away from it until the full legislation changes. But I wouldn't actually, when I think about it, I wouldn't be shocked if that does happen here soon, right? Because think about that. How much money do you think he is missing out on with not having a coin?
He's some of him and his advisors watch Telegram go berserk, and we're like, damn it,
dude.
Damn it, Jim. A doctor, not a bricklayer.
Absolutely. So we'll see what happens. I think that will be a business that we will see down the road. I was talking about earlier, businesses that might be coming to market that we don't know about, kind of like the early stages of the internet, before the internet became what we see today. Cardano, we went over. Let's check out Avalanche here real quick. Avalanche is one of those ones, again, we had a huge sell-off, AVAX there. And it's kind of been consolidating. So this is one of those ones you might want to see get in on. It's all-time high here, which is, I think it's at 151 was the all-time high, and it's in about $30. So for a major coin, man, what is that on a discount? 300%, 400, no, 3, 6, 9, 12.
What do you got up there, Avalanche?
15, yeah. We're talking that's a 5x easily for Avalanche. So it's you could catch something here, and it's had a bit of a sell-off here. It's in at $38 right now. The fact is that we're in between moving averages of the higher time frames. It's a good sign of potentially like ping-ponging. The reason why Tom had some infatuation with me in the early set of meeting Cinco de Pedro was simply because I talked about the ping pong, and he's like, just tell me at the end what's going to be. I go, well, it's not that simple. It's going to ping pong back and forth. And you're like, all right, whatever, we'll see. And then you called me up like a week later. You're like, bro.
Dude, it was right.
Yeah, man. And I said, well, yeah, I'm just not this talking head that's gonna fill you with a bunch of malarkey, right? So, like in the same sense, we should see some ping pong in effect here with AVAX, right? So we came back and tested that 8. And so between that 40 to 38 bucks, we potentially could see it push up here to that 60, 58, 60. But either way, 38 to 22 is a great price point again, just simply because of the climate in which things have changed here, right? Did I do TRX for Tron? This is another one that I expected to see completely fall apart and just never did, right? And then I changed my view on this. What's up? Tron. Yeah. I expected, like, during this period right here, where was it? It was like right here. Like, I saw what was happening with USDD. And I told him, I said, y'all need to get that under control. And I had a friend of mine who went to college with him. She was actually Russian and she knew him. And so I said, can you reach out to him? He's like, yeah, he's kind of got a bit of a crush on me. And I said, okay. And so, like, I was like, tell him he needs to be smart. And he needs to start doing a way where he can actually allow people to hedge his USDD. You know, like I would put the ability to put sell cover calls and sell cover puts on his currency. And then what I would do is allow people to set up certain things so they can make money. And so it keeps them in a real range, right? Because if I know I'm going to put money on you, and then sure enough, he did something something like that. And the way he said it was actually pretty smarter than my, because I was looking at more traditional. But he kind of balanced out Tron or USDD. And then all of a sudden you started seeing this thing starting to go up. And so I was shocked that this didn't go up. And then I expected, when I started seeing this right here, and USDD started having some issues, right? I said, ooh, okay, I expect this thing to go down. I was wrong. This thing is shot up. And then I said, oh, wait, well, we should then see it go to 2. Now that it's really pushing high, it was about right here. 11 cents. I said, expect this thing to go to 17, 18. And we went halfway and we started selling off. And I said, well, expect a retrace back down to this 50 period moving average and to see it push up again. I was wrong on that. The reason why I'm pointing out where I'm wrong is because I've kind of been tooting my own horn here for a minute. And I want to make sure that I acknowledge, like, I predict things wrong. So we went from 14 all the way down to 10 cents here. And so, like, the fact is that I do see Tron holding out for myself. So when it comes back down to these 09, 08 areas, I'm going to be purchasing it. Again, like, kind of loading up on this, because this is, I think Justin Sun is, he's trying to make things happen. So I'm looking to be purchasing down at these lower levels here. DOT, I think DOT is really interesting. Another one here. They have been just fighting, man. I mean, fighting. Look at this. They came down to our supply area of that $6, $5. And now look, man, they're starting to pick up again. And the reality is this. These guys are OG protocol that literally is still creating and trying to solve the interoperability issue within crypto / other blockchains. And they do have this is a company. They're not just a blockchain. They make money. They have a lot of oracles. They have other things that they set up to really, really, really work with other stuff, and they get paid by people using their stuff. So it's another one. I
totally forget what their focus or specialty is.
I think they set up oracles.
Supply chain stuff.
Yeah, but let me make sure that I do, because I don't. And they have a real business, but I don't want to sit there and talk out of my booty here real quick. Come on. What's going on here? Precise. Boom. What does... what is DOT? What is their company name? DOT.
Where did my lo-fi music go?
You turned it down because remember it was super loud in my ears?
No, I mean, I turned it down for you.
It feels good to be here today. Looks like we got a new guy here. Who's this?
No, he's been here before. Aminu, thank you for joining us again.
Man, it feels good to be here today. Man, it's good to have you, brother. Definitely.
Good to have you. Aminu, I forget, where in the world are you coming to us from? Let us know where you're watching us from. We're on the air here in the, I don't know if you're in, I forget if you're in the U.S., if you're in Asia, Africa, Europe, Antarctica, wherever.
I've been there twice.
It's America Day, Memorial Day here in the U.S. So it's a slow day. A lot of our viewers are home from work, or out. Their families are home from school, so they're out doing stuff. Not much going on here today, so we're just rambling about stuff, going over charts.
Yeah,
Shane says Meta sucks. Yeah. Zucker turd.
Listen, man, regardless of, I actually have friends of mine who've actually met him and actually protected him. Like in the security world, like armed security. I have a few friends of mine who are pretty BAs.
That's one of the worlds I ran in for a long time, because since I sold armored vehicles, I sold cars to all those tech titans, but not directly to them. I sold them to their companies and stuff. I sold it to Microsoft that they use to protect Gates and all that type of stuff, to his wife, or ex-wife now, or whatever. I've been to their house, and a number of those guys, that Oracle, they all their security teams at some point or another had a crazy person following them, and they all bought armored vehicles. But they all have a security team.
Yep.
I mean, because they all have wackos, complete wackos, either working for them or as their clients or something like that. You know, back then social media wasn't that big a deal. You got wackos the old-fashioned way. You hired them or you pissed them off as your client. and I had a guy that was the CEO of a power company, one in Baltimore, and dude starts showing up on the guy's front yard, the CEO's front yard.
Oh, bro.
Let me tell you, you want a budget to get approved real fast? Get the CEO's attention. And their security department just didn't have a lot going on for it. It was underfunded. All of a sudden, dude starts showing up at the lawn, and he's got young kids and stuff like that. And man, that security budget went to the moon, boys. I mean, it went rocketed to the moon. I was like suddenly their best friend and all this shit.
That's funny, dude.
And the same with these tech companies. In Wall Street, I sold cars to all those companies: J.P. Morgan, Morgan Stanley, Citibank, Chase, all those executive teams. Because in 2008, when that mortgage crisis hit, people lost their shirts.
Yeah.
Who'd they take it out on? CEOs of these companies. That's right, ladies and gentlemen. They threatened their lives, and I made a killing.
Yeah, that's true. I remember, dude.
Literally, when I started my company, it was in 2008, and I sold cars to all those guys. I remember one company, I sold them an armored Cadillac, and it was meant for a driver and security. You know, it was, vehicles are set up two ways: one, that the owner drives the car, or B, the owner rides in the car. And, that's how cars are, right? And so we built this armored Cadillac DeVille. It was set up to drive a CEO back and forth to work. And the back little office, this was before cell phones were awesome like they're now. They were just starting the internet on them. And that guy got fired. That CEO got fired. To say that he was asked to leave politely by the board of directors. And the new guy comes in, and the new guy's like, "Who's that old CEO guy? He can't even drive himself to work." And the security guy's like, it's kind of a good idea if we do the driving. And he's like, no, I'll drive myself to work. And he did that for about a month. And then all of a sudden I heard, "Hey, we're using the car again. We need some spare parts." I'm like, "You're using the car again? Why?" And he said, well, the guy finally stopped driving to work. I was like, "Why is that?" "Oh, because one of the guys that was stalking the old guy found this guy, the new CEO, and came up next to us on a highway." And And after that, the dude's like, he stopped driving his own car, went back to riding in the armored vehicle to work every day.
Dude, it's real.
Screw that.
It's real. Like, here's the thing, man. Some of these guys, they train like they're MMA fighters. Like I had a friend of mine.
Oh yeah.
Who it was very prominent. We've mentioned this person in our
Godwin. Thanks for joining us.
What's up, Godwin? It's good to see you, brother. And dude, I gotta admit, he was explaining to me the severity, the craziness workout of this guy. And like, these guys are all in shape, man. These guys all are, their job is to protect, and they take it serious. They make $150,000 a year easily to protect people, right? And so they're in good shape. They can run miles, right? Like they run 5-minute miles. Like on average, you have to be able to run a 5-minute mile for 15 minutes straight. Like you got it. That's hard. Like if you're
that's a fast pace. That's a fast pace.
Fast pace. That's just starting. You got to be on top of that. Then be ready to literally do pull-ups, 20 pull-ups, 100 push-ups, 100 sit-ups. That's kind of like the average thing you got to do. That's okay.
I had plenty of guys that couldn't even get out of their own shadow, but some teams it was important.
Oh, really?
But you're right that some of those,
I'm talking about high class, like they're guarding like.
Yeah, not all of them are that serious about the physical health. They're more important, But I get your point though. I had one client. Well, he's dead, so I can tell the story. It was Faisal bin Fahd. He was the oldest son of King Fahd of Saudi Arabia. Wow. And his security team, he was living in the Beverly Hills Hotel at the time. His security team was a typical executive protection group, advanced people, guys with him and all that. But his two body men, there was one guy that was in charge of, if anything bad happens, was moving the boss, getting him in the car, getting him out of the way, whatever. And the other guy was in charge of intercepting whoever was the problem guy. Both of those guys were national judo champion type guys. Yeah. And they were the nicest guys. They would grip your arm. Like if you were to say, "Hey, Pedro, nice job," their hand would touch you, and like it felt like Superman was gripping your shoulder. You're like, "Holy shit!" And we went to Vegas one time with them, and these guys rotated off duty, so we're having a beer with them, and I was like, "How long you been doing the judo?" And the guy's like, "Since I was 4." And I said, "What?" I said, "How do you?" I said, I was doing training classes and stuff like this since I would go with my customers. We had driver training classes, we had executive protection classes, so I'd go with my customers so they could learn to drive the armored vehicles. Their executive protection team would learn about them, and I said, how do you use the judo skills in this? Because I haven't run into one of you guys before. And he said, mostly it's just redirection. I can just grab someone and I know every muscle in your body and what it does and how it reacts when you put pressure on it. And I can just like if someone's getting ready to throw a pie, I can grab their arm and I don't have to force their arm away. I just push this muscle here and your arm doesn't work, and he said, so I'm very fast at being able to mitigate threats that way. If someone pulls up a gun, I don't have to get in the way of the gun or anything like that. I can push your muscle in your back, and the gun points to the ground, and these types of things. He said, I'm just very fast at that because that's what we learn in judo. We learn to grab the clothing. We do this when we're wrestling with you. We're trying to get the right muscle, so you do this and that, and blah 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 blah. And I was like, I don't want to meet you in a dark alley because I'm not coming out with my money or my phone or my watch. And he goes, nope. But you're right, man. Those were fun days. I miss them.
Well,
I miss those days.
I'll put it pretty blank. I mean, like we talked about this guy, the CEO of. We talked about him today. We've mentioned multiple CEOs here now, but one of them, he literally watched. He was the primary guy, one of the primary guys who took care of the CEO. And he explained, bro, the CEO and I'm talking the top executive CEOs. I'm talking like, just the top ones, right? Whether it's Elon Musk, and they joke around, or Zuckerberg, or but these guys do real workouts. They had to have a security team and this CEO literally ran 15 miles at a 5-minute pace, like would fluctuate between 4:30 and 5-minute pace. It was ridiculous. And then he was doing, throughout the time period, he was doing push-ups, and he has a tracker on his own house and where he's doing pull-ups, push-ups. He was explaining to me, he's like, there was no way he could sit there and keep up with them in like this like armor, because they follow these guys everywhere they go, like whether it's on their house or not, like they follow them.
Yeah.
And so it's like, so these guys were in a car, literally in a car, going around his track because they couldn't keep up with him. Like, no joke. Like, and then they go and they watch him just doing these pull-ups and push-ups, and it's just like, wow. So like it's kind of crazy when you hear about the CEOs and their ability to like, I think they probably have security guards, not for their own safety, but honestly for other people's safety. I mean, because just you're like, Pedro, you're going a little too far there. The reason why I say this is because when he was explaining this to me, man, I was like, there's no way. He goes, dude, this one, he goes, there's no way. Because a lot of people make fun of the CEO, right? And he was like, there's no, and this, my friend, man, like is incredible shape. He goes, I would never want to even play around with it because this guy is so dangerous. He was explaining just how tough. Now, again, this is all hearsay. My friend's a pretty honest guy. He's not BSing a lot of times. Like, he's kind of one of those straight guys.
No, those are all true stories. I dealt with that. I did that for 27 years.
Yeah,
you know, dealt with those guys.
Yeah, they're legitly, they're ready for you. So it's like,
although I dealt with plenty of idiots too.
Yeah, that's true.
Plenty of morons. I had this one guy. He was a consultant for defense company Northrop Grumman. Their head of security. He was a nice guy, but he didn't know what he was doing. He hired this consultant guy. They wanted some armored Suburbans, and I can tell this story because all those people have been fired. We built. Literally, I've been building. At this point, I've been building armored Suburbans for 20 years. Built them for the Secret Service. Built them, for RCMP. I know how to build reliable armored Suburbans, and you want them. The key word is reliable. I mean, you want it to work. And the guy comes in and says, "Oh, we want to put this other GM motor in the Suburban." We're like, no, that's some bad plan. We're like, well, the Suburbans don't have the 8-liter motor in them anymore, and we don't think the current one's powerful enough. I was like, that's correct. The current one does have motor, can be stronger, but we use this supercharger made by this company called Lingenfelter in Indiana, who's actually certified by GM, and they get the math data from GM, and they work with GM's engineers. And it works, and the Secret Service paid for all that research, so they're Suburbans, because they have the old 8-liter ones and the newer ones with the smaller engines, so the newer ones could keep up with the 8-liter ones. This is no secret. This is a public knowledge thing. And I was like, so this is the option, and it's $5,000 or $8,000, not $20,000. And he's like, no, we need this. And they bought 2 Suburban, and I said, look, don't do it. And they're like, well, we're going to do it. And I'm like, well, I don't want anything to do with those things. You go have that done on your own and then send me the vehicles and I'll armor them. And then they did. And they were pretty cool. And they were like, they sounded really cool. Let me tell you, they were basically Corvette engines in this Suburban. It sounded really cool. But we took a stock Suburban that we had with the old motor in it and the smaller one and his race one. And the regular Suburban won the race.
Really?
And not only that, after we armored it, the ones with the Corvette engines in it kept breaking down. And guess who got blamed for it?
Their mom?
Me. I got blamed for it because it was the heat armor Suburban. And I'm like, they'd call us and say it broke down. I'm like, you guys are the one that changed the engine. We told you not to. We told you to use the thing that the most anal retentive agency in the world uses. Tested it for 100,000 miles over and over again. They performed the entire General Motors reliability program just for one part. And it works great. And instead, you guys took some advice of a clown instead of the nation's premier protection agency.
So
I lost so many customers because of that. I was making the cars for all the defense industry CEOs, and they all stopped calling me after that because they all met and talked amongst each other. And the guy said, "My heat armor cars suck." And I'm like, "It wasn't my fault."
Well, who knows, man? This might be even a bigger thing. So much bigger.
Boy, that was a tangent for us today.
Yeah, it was. So, but jumping back to DOT. DOT is actually a pretty good. They got quite a bit going on. They have security business. They build chains for people. They do a lot of staking and bonding, which I don't know what actually bonding is. The DOT token serves 3 distinct purposes. Governance. Okay. So yeah, but they do quite a bit. They have their own business. But jumping back to the top 10 here. I'm talking about Shiba, because Shiba is one of those ones that it's just got such a huge. It's like Taylor Swift or Mr. Beast. It's just got one of those just fanatical religious following that is just no matter what, people will they'll hold their cross and they'll hold their Shiba Inu picture. You know what I'm saying? If they got to go into the apocalypse. So I'm expecting to see this. Honestly, you can already see a bump in a small amount of volume today as we're moving. So if it clears this area, I do expect to see some nice little push here for this week. So I expect to see this. If this thing decides it wants to get some wheels by the end of the month, it could potentially get to the 3151. So it's already bounced, put the seller wick, or put the demand wick in, and potentially see this thing go from 25 to 30. So we'll see what happens there. But those are things that I'm looking at potentially, so that we can see what happens here. Feel excited to be here, Tom. Oh, good win. Thank you. That's sweet. All right, man. Well, that's it for today. But one thing I want to point out, and just so because we talked about this, the El Salvador and the Venezuelan,
Argentine.
Or Argentine. I don't know. I said Venezuelan. Argentine connection here. What are your thoughts on what could we actually expect from a fundamental standpoint? And I know I haphazardly talked about this, but I just want to know, seeing South America in general really kind of, you have a thing. Oh, never mind. It's part of your seat. I'm tripping, dude. Did you see that? I mean, did you ever see what
it's the little thing in this?
Yeah. It looks like something else. I was like, what is that, bro? I was like, hey.
That's the quality of entertainment you guys get here. Pedro Pedro thinks my chair's a penis.
Feels great to be here. Awesome. Thanks, Teo. Appreciate to have you. Man, people starting to come back in. We got 6 people watching us. Woo! Glad to have you guys. But here's my question though. Like, if Argentina and we see El Salvador really start to see an uptick in the economy and really just to see things really get going, do you think you could see all South America really start to band around this and really try to make a hub for crypto down in South America? What are your thoughts?
Well, one thing South America is good for is not just bandwagoning onto the U.S. and stuff like that. They do their own thing, and it's not like they're gonna. I mean, I do know that almost all of the wealthy people from South America do also live in Miami, but that's beside the point. They do their own thing. They're going to develop their own thing out down there. They're going to be their own hub. And frankly, in in a lot of South America, English is not that well spoken. It's spoken, there's a lot of people have a little bit of business English down there. And the younger generation has TikTok and internet or English. But you can go to a lot of places. I've spent a lot of time in Rio de Janeiro and Sao Paulo, and English was difficult. And it's better now with the proliferation of the internet. So that drives them to do their own thing, set up their own hub of innovation, set up their own good thing down here, because they're very nationalistic too. It's like, hey, Americans can do it, we can do it. And let's all remember, before Argentina got caught up in the whole communist socialist thing, otherwise known as a cover for corruption, they were one of the superpowers of the world. They had one of the biggest navies, one of the biggest armies. They had the economy, they had the raw materials, they had everything. And then they blew it. Because they got woke. In a different sense back then. There was in the red days, as they say. Striking Ball says, join the chat, Jumbalones. That was meant for our Twitter viewers, which we've had, 26 viewers now. Thank you very much for joining us. Join the chat. If you guys are still watching, there is like a chat feature. If you click on the window there and bring up the actual broadcast window in Twitter, there's a chat feature there. And I monitor it. It comes up. If I were to post here, welcome everyone. Follow, like, share, just do it. It posts it on the Twitter chat. Yep, there it is. It posts it on the Twitter chat. So join us there. How did I click meta? Sucks again. That was funny. Welcome everyone. Follow, like, share, just do it. Oh yeah, that's what I was doing. I got totally distracted there. Tangent of all tangents. Where is my voice mod? Where'd it go?
What are you looking for?
My software. Oh, there it is. I'm at my voice. My sound. I don't know where my lo-fi went. There we go. I know we can all get by without lo-fi music, but I like hearing it in the background. But I'm not pumping it to you because I have no idea why it goes to you blasting. I had no idea at all. And I have no idea why I still have the SHIB thing going up there. Uh-oh, Bitcoin just dropped below 70,000. Breaking news, ladies and gentlemen. Breaking. Retta is here. Hey, coming into us from Twitter. Look at that, it worked. My begging, pleading, and groveling worked.
Who do we have come in?
Retta, who joins us periodically here on the YouTube, is joining us via Twitter today. Thank you very much, Retta. Got my tweet, I guess, that we're talking smack and talking shop here. If you got something you want us to talk about, let us know. Let us know. Thanks for joining us. Thanks for being. I think that might be our first Twitter commenter.
Yay!
Besides me. News, things happen. Firsts happening every week here on DYOR Live. Might as well run the show schedule while I'm at it. Oh, that's my other camera. That camera's. I am just a mess today. Just a mess. Where is the show schedule? There. We'll be here tomorrow. Let's see, what's today? Monday. Monday is a kind of a day off for most people, so the schedule isn't so hot today. I don't know why it's not spinning here. We'll be here tomorrow, Tuesday at 12, between 12 and 12:30. I'm back on Central Time now, and today we were only late because I was in the wrong time zone. And we'll be here Wednesday also. Thursday, we're going to be dark. I'm flying back to Ottawa on Thursday. I wanted to stay here longer, but the dog is getting surgery, and it's major surgery. Getting all of her teeth ripped out. And so I got to go back to help Mrs. Striking for that. And hopefully Friday we'll have a full rant Friday again. But if you're still watching, leave it on in the background, please. We need Twitter minutes. We need them to add up. Look at that. You are watching there. Let's see. What does he have to say here? Got a question for you, Tom. Were your armored car's windows sealed? If not, I got a car into a situation and electronics were shot. Would there be another way to wind the glass down? Yes. We had two ways. We had the electric window, obviously, and then there was what's called all of them are the reliable ones are just a linear actuator, and they're actuated in the up position, and we could put, if the client requested it, we could put in the door a release mechanism which would release the actuator and the window would drop down. Car was upside down. That was a different problem. But yes, that was something. And then also there's all sorts of options for that type of stuff. But that's the cheapest and most reliable one. It basically pulls the cotter pin out of the actuator, the shaft falls away, and the window comes down. There's a speedy recovery for your dog. Yeah, it's a little toy poodle. It's not my dog. I mean, I married into the dog, as they say. But it's the cutest goddamn thing you've ever seen in your life. I mean, it's basically a living teddy bear. I mean, it's. I admit, when I first dated Mrs. Striking, I was like, oh, little dog, little yap, 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 yap. It's the cutest thing in the history of the earth. Reddit, where you live, do you have the need for armored vehicles? do people have them? There's also that market is tough now because of misinformation. Like there's all kinds of misinformation out there. Even whenever the news talks about the beast, president's car, all the information is wrong. What all they say, there's blood in the car and there's shotguns on the corners of it. No, there's not. It's all fake news. And everyone says, "Oh yeah, but my brother's college roommate's a Secret Service guy, and he said this is the truth," and all that kind of stuff. And let me tell you, the any good government agency that's concerned about security doesn't tell their regular dudes anything about it. They're not giving the random Secret Service guy that protects the president the secret details about the car. I help build those things. They don't even give me all the secret details about it. It's just the misinformation is out there, and then the stuff that then people set up shop. There's all kinds of companies in Nigeria and the Middle East and stuff that just build, even in the U.S., that build awful armored vehicles that you're literally gonna die in. There's a company in Texas. I don't know if they're still around or not. They even had their own reality show for one episode, and it was so bad. Oh, it was so bad that the network took it off. And there was misinformation, wrong information. I responded to one of the producers because they got a hold of me about it. I was like, no, we're not going to be on a reality show. And they said that I emailed the producer. I said, why didn't you fact check any of this stuff? All that's not true. It's not? Well, that's what they said it was. I said, because they're one of the least reputable companies in the nation that does this. They're not even certified to do business with the U.S. government. Oh. Took it off of one episode. Reddit says, I'm from Sudan, Egypt, currently in Lebanon. We may have had this discussion, maybe, I think. I love Lebanon. I love Beirut. I had a lot of good times there. A lot of good times. I would go there to visit. I had a contract to fix the vehicles for the EU embassy and the Canadian embassy. And I did a little while we were there, we'd go to the other common embassies, the Aussies and the Americans. Look at things wrong on their vehicles. And But we would have fun in Beirut. Oof. Another place the liver barely survived. Oof. Oh. But yeah, lots of armored vehicles, and those certainly in Sudan. I used to make cars for the president of Egypt, Hosni Mubarak, and his security guys. One of the best stories is that they used to they in the Suburbans. If you ever watch the U.S. motorcade, there's always guys sitting in the back of Suburbans, looking out the back with guns, and they ride the window up and stuff like that. And the Egyptians wanted the same thing. We want that. And their security guys were the big Egyptians. I mean, big guys. They're all worked out. They had gun arms like 10 times my size. And I was like, well, we got a vehicle over here. We're doing that for here. Why don't you check it out? And they're like, all right. So the guys go climb in the back. In the back of a Suburban, it's a high floor, and the ceiling's low, and it's armored. And the guys are in there like this. They're like, there's no room in here, boss. and they're like, well, how does I'm like, well, it's not going to work. And the guy goes, oh, don't worry. We'll just get little guys to ride back there. The big guys are like, hey, what, we're getting fired? He's like, no, the Egyptian's like, we'll just get some small guys to sit back there. It's pretty funny. It's party capital of the world. There's no doubt about it. What's the main street? American Street or Armenia Street or whatever it is that has all the bars and clubs on it and stuff like that. Some really cool ones. There's one that I'd like to go into. There's only room for like 4 people in. It was so fun. And not only that, but the Beirut is one of those cities where you can get anything done. You can show up in that town with no tools, nothing, and just walk around and find everything you need. I was with my buddy Eve. We're fixing some cars for, I forget. Let me rephrase that. Eve was fixing the cars. I was doing the logistics and support. And he's like, we have a problem. I need a machinist. I'm like, oh. He said, we can have the part made in Germany and have it shipped here, but it's going to take a while now. Or it was just a 2-dimensional bracket. I was like, oh. And so the garage guy says, oh, just go down that street, and you'll find someone. And we're like, what? So we start walking around, and I thought we were getting a little shady part of town because it looked a little rough. No, it was just like a little fabrication street. And every little shop looked like, if in the U.S. it would have said nails, dry cleaning, liquor shop. It was just like some dude sitting in front in sandals, just waiting for people to walk up. And in the shop, one guy had a Bridgeport, another guy had a lathe, another guy had a press. They can make anything. We just held up a picture of the part, and the guy said, and didn't even speak English. And he got a ruler out and pointed to the dimensions. Eve wrote them down in millimeters. The guy says, looks at the watch and says, 1 hour. Come back in an hour. Here's the part. Perfect. It was amazing. Anyway, Retta, that's my story about Beirut. I haven't been there since it got blowed up, though.
Blowed up.
Retta, were you there when it got blowed up? When the fertilizer cooked off on the dock there? We just rambling today.
Yeah, we are, man. It is really fun. All right, man. Well, how are you feeling today?
Good. Feeling good. I'm over my cold. I had that pink eye and cold for a while. That was awful.
Speedy recovery to your dog. I was telling you, stop rubbing poop in your eye, but I wanted to see, really how, where people normally get pink eye from? Touching cash.
Oh, I can see that, yeah.
I was like, what?
I don't know where people touch cash, though. I haven't touched cash in I don't even know how long.
Well, yeah, I was like, one of the primary things, like, it's just people take, you pay for something, you have cash. Dude, I mean, I like quarters. I've been really trying to make sure I get quarters, right? Like real, like going in, I think down the road, and I'm buying it just literally for 50 years down the road, passed down to generations. I've been really trying to, it's nothing in particular. I buy the gold. They have the gold little quarters that you can get.
Yep.
You can't even get those anymore at most banks. You actually got to request them.
You mean the Sacagawea dollars?
Yes, there you go. Sacagawea. I can't even
the freaking morons that launched that product. Like, we're gonna come up with a woke name for this. We're gonna find some, person to honor by it, and everyone's like, "No, you need something simple. They'll remember it. They'll use it." They're like, "We're gonna have okay. Can I have 6 Sacagaweas, please?" It's like everyone's like, "That's not gonna work." Sure enough, didn't work.
But either or, so I've been trying to get those stuff right, and what I think what's so interesting is like, when you do it, you start to carry cash, right? Like I started carrying dollars and just stuff like that. And I was like, as I was thinking about it, it's like, dude, it's really like, it's kind of crazy when you think about the actual, I was just shocked. People touch, because there's 2 primary things that are on cash. 1, cocaine. 2, fecal matter. I was just like, what do you do? I mean, you go take a dump and then you're going to pull your money out and you're like, donate it? Like, how does that work?
Oh.
Like, what's that coming from? You know what I'm saying?
I've always wondered that. I was like, it's like, how to...
Yeah. Yeah, like, how does that work, right? Like, how are you dealing with that? But hey, that's how we kind of go through and kind of deal with it. How we see it. The other thing is, so what do you know about Ethereum and the like their upgrades?
The last one, I don't remember the number, but the last one was helping things move along faster and doing the blob memory stuff so that the data that didn't need to be stored forever on the blockchain, thus people having to pay for the data storage forever, only persists for 2 weeks, and then it forgets that stuff. I forget I call it loan sharking, but it was the sharding or shards or whatever.
Yeah, shards.
Yeah. I call it loan sharking. Just like
loan sharding. Yeah, dude. I was listening to a guy this weekend, and he was explaining basically when like they come out with sharding and the one prior to that, right? It's going to drop the transactional fee like next to nothing, and dude, they will be able to do something like 128,000. This blew me away, dude. I just see boobies. Sorry. The one that is in the back of my head, I'm thinking, what just happened? Like the whole entire like girl on the. I'm sorry, my brain just went. I'm a guy. All right. Anyways, yeah. Like it's supposed to take their transaction speed from basic like 12 and 13 to literally like 120,000 transactions a second. Like that is insane.
No, it didn't work. They've instituted it already. The whatever it is, the ERC, whatever they call it. But it didn't make it that fast. I think they want to be able to. I think they're laying the groundwork to do that, but it's not anywhere near that yet. Otherwise, all these level 2 chains would be out of business.
But what I'm saying is that's really their goal, man. And I was sitting there, I was like, wow, like, dude, if they can do that and accomplish that, you're talking, bro, like that's a big major move in Ethereum and what they're doing and how they're trying to set things up. Because the reality is this: is if they can finally get that under wraps and really get it going, you're talking thousands. I mean, like you said, like the layer 2 things would be done, and everybody would literally be able to run all they're doing. So it's just a matter, if they have the ability to do that, a lot of these blockchains, man, could potentially be done. You know what I'm saying? Like just overnight, and all that money is going to straight turn over to and just be flipped into Ethereum. I mean, so I just think it's...
No, like we said, we don't know how all these blockchains can survive. Oh, you know what? I got some news I don't quite understand yet. But we talk about the mainnet Z group for a while,
Yep.
and their first meme coin, PepZ. Their developer. First of all, it turns out it's not actually a meme coin. It's named Pepe, but it's got utility, and they now have an NFT platform that is cross-chain. And you can migrate if you buy, they're minting. I'm kind of speaking out my ass here. I just kind of picked it up a little bit from their TG room and 20 minutes on the Spaces. So I'm going to have to get one of them to explain it to me properly. If you buy an NFT on the mainnet Z platform, or one of the Pepe Z NFTs, you can bridge it to Ethereum and to another chain, like BNB or something like that. And I think they're I think they're setting it up so you can bridge it to any EVM compatible, any Ethernet fork chain. And I've been saying that NFTs are useless when they're stuck on a specific chain or specific contract. But if you can bridge them, out into the wild and use different marketplaces to sell them, then that's a whole different story. And it may be the first blockchain to be able to do that. I don't know. I have to ask around. I'm sure someone else has thought of it too. Redis tells us base. Hey, Red, if you know how all that works, please let me know. I don't I didn't spend enough time talking about it. I need to talk more authoritatively about it. But if you understand it, please, by all means, let us know.
That'd be close. That'd be nice.
But it's a big thing, and it's gonna. I gotta tell you, this hopefully this PepZ meme coin and it's the weirdest thing right now. So we started following mainnet Z when the price was at like 12 cents. And it's currently trading at, I think, 1 cent or 2 cent now. 1 cent, 2 cent. It just, the money left the chain for some reason. A bunch of people got scammed when some developers came over and they thought they were buying another meme coin, and the developer just took all their money. And so it took it off the chain, so that removes liquidity from the whole thing. Which is a pain in the ass. And then also a bunch of other people sold it, and I think the insiders sold some to raise capital for all these bridges and stuff like that. But anyway, the meme coin PepZ went down almost 10x because of it, because it's paired with the mainnet Z product or coin. But when you look at the chart against USD, the chart is down because it's against the value of USD. But when you look at it against the value of NetZ, it's at its all-time highs. So if NetZ recovers just a little bit, PepZ meme coin is gonna buzz moon. And once it starts doing that, the other Pepe people are gonna come flocking over. Say, hey, there's a new chain. Like when everyone said, oh, Base is new, we're going to go to that. Then Blast was new. Like, oh my God, we got to go to Blast. And hopefully they'll say, oh my God, we got to go to NetZ. So to invest in this new Pepe, and it's going to go crazy. Of course, I'm talking about it because I know a little bit about it, but I also have to say I own it. So full transparency there. And I'm not necessarily saying you to go buy anything. What I'm telling you is that it's news that there is NFT bridging.
Really?
That's something. That is something. Yeah, and Pedro, the boobies over my shoulder are it's the music channel, Dark Ambient Lab Music. Yeah. And so I'll be listening to those, and Mrs. Striking, you'll be like, what's going on over there? I'm like, look, it's a music channel. But some of the channels, it's not just a picture. It's like an AI creation, and it moves subtly, like it's breathing. And you think it's a picture in your mind, and just in the corner of your eye, all of a sudden you sense movement, and it looks like it's watching you. It's not like, oh, cool. It's like, ah!
Yeah, creepy. Yeah, absolutely, man. I have actually a friend of mine who sent me this picture of like, dude, it's like Hogwarts, and I was like, oh snaps, bro, that is weird. I was like, next they're gonna be talking to you. This picture that all of a sudden just starts to move, and you're like, it's like, hey Pedro, how are you today? How can I help you? And you're like, oh snaps, bro, like, dude, AI, like it'll be like AI co-pilot changed to a dude. It's creepy, like, like, or like, have you seen that AI? It is a robot. This really hot chick is like in the body of a robot. This tech billionaire basically creates this female AI system, right? And it's like a guy, and the head tech gets like the lucky chance to be able to hang out with her. So she, or I would say it is in a woman's body, and it has like full feeling of everything. So it seduces the dorky AI kid, or the dorky tech kid. And here's the thing, it creeped me out because, dude, my AI on my phone, which is not even generative, right? It's still very much, it's just, I feed it, it kind of finds what I need, but it's not real. But it's at a point now where it's like, it's almost thinking, like the other day, literally, I thought to myself about something, it popped up on my phone. I didn't even say it. It knew. I'm serious, man. And I thought to myself, these things can read me almost before I even know what I want. Like legit. Like, and it's at a point now where it's like, if they put this thing into a female body, or like, it's just, I'm just like, like, I'm not even playing, because I saw that movie, bro. Like, I forgot what the movie was, but it was such a trip, dude, that from that moment I said, like, I always change all my AI stuff to dudes, because I'm like, I'm not going to be like, like seduced by some AI, like.
I always change my AI stuff to dudes. Everyone else on the planet's opposite. And every one of them is changing it. Hi, Tom. How are you today?
Right? Dude, like, dude, he got in trouble for it because it was straight up the it sounded too close to Scarlett Johansson, right? And
right.
And now, like, it's like, so, but I'm like petrified because I'm like, no, dude. Like, and here's the thing: it can really happen. Like, that's a real thing. Like, it just. Do they have seen that when a company has a female operator over the phone, they are viewed. Nothing changes, nothing different. But if it has a female, hello, how can I help you today? Literally changes the interaction completely. And people view a company better and more pleasant having a female interaction versus a male interaction.
It's no different than Twitch. This is one of the ones that moves. She sits there and breathes and stuff, and freaks you out.
Dude.
Not that we're struggling for content here or anything, but.
But dude,
what were you just talking about? I just had a retort for it, and I can't remember what it was.
Boobs, AI.
Oh yeah, it's no different than the Twitch thing, and the streaming thing. I mean, I swear, that's what I'm gonna build a female AI, and we're just gonna have your voice come over it. But people will tune in. They're like, woman. It's just saying on Twitch. When you go on a Twitch and you see these people, they don't produce any content at all. All they do is just sit there. But they're a decent looking female. And some of them aren't even decent looking. They just engage the audience. And so, and they have 5,000 viewers.
Yeah.
And guys are throwing money at them. It's not even nude cam. It's not even cam girl stuff. It's just...
Dude,
just sitting there.
I told you we need to get a girl on this show. Like, we have to. Like, anybody knows? Like, dude, reach out to, what's her name?
No, I told that. No crypto deal. I told the. Trust me, I interviewed her and the audio went wrong, and so I've got behind the scenes stuff with her that no. But anyway, I asked JBee from the dojo.
Oh yeah.
Might as well just put that up now to come on the show, and she's periodically on her AMAs. She mostly does the organization of it, the intros, the outros, and she leaves it to other people to do the talking. And I said, come on our show and talk. And she's like, well, I really don't know that much stuff. I said, yeah, but you're organized. You can hold a thought. And you can talk this type of stuff. I said, Pedro and I need diversity on that. And she goes, oh, I need to be the token woman on there, huh?
Yes.
And I just told her, I'm like, yes.
Yes.
yes, you do. Yeah, I was not shameful about it. I'm like, yes, we need diversity on the show and to get other people. And I said, frankly, because guys are perverts and they'll watch more shows with women on. Like Coin, what's the show? One of the big coin streamers now, Coin Bureau.
Yeah.
His things are crap. Every video I watch, it's just junk.
I don't really watch.
But he has that decent looking co-host on there half the time, and every show that she's in gets bazillions of views. I'm convinced that they buy most of their views because they got more views than Crypto Banter and all this type of stuff, and I don't know. But and then he takes political talks, and his political talks get as many views as his crypto. Whatever. But yes, a semi-decent looking co-host. Bazillions of views. Bazillions.
Dude, you know what I'm thinking? Is we'll just simply hang out over at what's Toronto. Oh, by the way, dude, when is the date? I need to actually send that up for myself because I keep forgetting. When is the actual
13th and 14th?
15th and the 14th and 15th?
13th and 14th of August.
All right, 13th and 14th. All right, man, for whatever, I kept forgetting. So 13th and 14th of August. There we go. All right, boom. And that means I need to leave by the 11th because I'm going to drive. Do you want me to swing? Oh, yeah, you're not going to drive. I was going to say, do you want me to swing by and pick you up?
Oh, no, I'm going to have all kinds of crap.
Yeah. I'm thinking about
unless you got a Suburban.
Yeah, honestly, that's exactly what I was thinking about getting is a Suburban.
Wait. Well, if you're going to rent a car and drive it into Canada, wait till you see the prices of that. Oof.
But
they've cracked down on, not cracked down, but they've restricted cross-border renting lately.
Oh, really?
You got to really hunt around for a good deal without it being a fortune.
So you're telling me that this is on a Tuesday and Wednesday? August 13th and 14th.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. There we go. So 13th and 14th. So I will leave Monday, and because it's only going to take. Dude, I can literally swing by. You be in Chicago, right? Or would you be in Canada at that time?
No, I'll be in Canada.
But you're still on the East Coast, right?
I am. If I'm in Ottawa, I'm north of Syracuse, New York.
Yeah, I can swing by. Boom.
If I'm in Toronto, I'm north of Sandusky, Ohio.
Dude, see how much you need. Okay, see how much room. Like, look it up and see.
No, I mean I'm already going to be in Toronto.
Oh, okay, I got you. All right.
I got to be here in Chicago. The end of July and beginning of August for my kids.
Got it.
And then the missus and I are going to turn around and drive back to Toronto. And then we'll be in Toronto while this convention's going on.
Fair.
I thought I had it up on the screen here. I'm looking at the website.
Speaking of
that. I have it. It's just this little picture back here.
There we are.
A bigger picture here. The Blockchain Futurist Convention. Toronto. In case any of you are wondering, our huge viewers here today, I'm dressed all in American today because it's Memorial Day here in the U.S. So and I'm back in the U.S., my first show from the U.S. in months. Or from Chicago, I should say. I did some from Florida. And it's the observed Memorial Day, so I put on my America stuff. Oh, wait, that's right. I was talking about the America socks. There's the
America couch.
The America couch.
Got the flags on it.
Flags on it.
On the pillows.
On the pillows.
That's the where the Striking's be there thing from Uncle Sam there. I got all kinds of crap going on here. This is the studio here. If anyone's wondering, got the trusses, the lights. There's me. Hello, everybody. The green screen. A lot going on here.
All to bring you this nice virtual studio. All you people that didn't watch today, this is what you've missed. This is what you've missed. What's going on Twitter here? We're up to 27 views on Twitter. Thank you guys very much. We're not on LinkedIn today. I knew it'd be a slow day. So no LinkedIn today. World of Rewards back up there. If you guys haven't gone over and seen Bruno and the team over there, go over to World of Rewards. Get your project listed on World of Rewards. Get new holders. Basically for free. What other news that we got? I had another news story up here that I wanted to bring up with you, Pedro, but we've rambled on so long today. Today's an easy one to ramble on because there's not much going on.
Yeah.
It's a holiday here. Our biggest user base is off work today, and the schools are closed. So kids are either out of school now or they're closed for the holiday. And so we don't have a lot of viewerships today.
You want to know something that I found really interesting, just on a kind of randomness, because today's kind of random. Franklin Templeton, CEO, says all ETFs, which is exchange traded funds, which everybody uses to buy in the market, and mutual funds will be on the blockchain. What do you think the speed, if Trump gets in office, how quick do you think that would happen?
Wait, say that. Start over with that one.
Right. So Franklin Templeton, CEO, says all ETFs and mutual funds will be on the blockchain. She also wanted to, and I'm reading this off of the Cointelegraph website here, but it was really interesting. She goes, she also wanted that generative artificial intelligence was like the kid that got an F in math, which I don't understand what that means. But I thought that was really, really interesting. What she was talking about. This was an article May 11th, but it was one of those things that I remember popping up. I'm just going through. I had all these, like talking points you have, right? And so you pull up the article and you save. I've got one of my tabs that have literally like 70 of these things, like of just like interesting articles that I thought of and I highlight. And dude, I actually need to remember to just like copy and paste, not even copy and paste, literally just screenshot and send a lot of my views that I want to talk about. And I keep forgetting that. So tomorrow, if I don't do it, you could yell at me on open air.
Hey, Joe.
Yeah. But I just think it's huge. But the other part behind it is I thought about, because every time you have a cost situation, it costs money, right? Like to basically go in and to place it on. And I was thinking, what is the fund rate? Actually, not the fund rate, because that's actually a term in finance. But what is the actual amount for the average ETF for buying the stock? And do you think it would be about equal with like a hedge fund, not hedge funds, but with mutual funds, because they also have to pay a fee, right? So when they get in, get out.
I don't know what your question is.
The question is do you think that is actually doable? Like, do you think it's from a cost base or a financial savings? Would it be? Do you think we'd save more money to stay with what we're doing, or would it cost more money, bro? Here, I'll send you this. You know what I'm saying?
You got me with that one.
Because I saw that and I'm like, now granted, if you're sending money, if you're sending large amounts of money in crypto, right, you're definitely saving money than using the Swift system. Absolutely. I mean, you're literally saving millions. Like if you're sending like $100 million, $200 million, right, you don't have to worry about like paying 3%, 2% of that, right? Like you're saving literally like $6 million on that transaction if you're sending anything in that crazy amount of money. But if I'm like just doing a simple like sending of, all right, dude, I'm gonna send this money and buy like $200 worth of this ETF, right? The fee is very nominal compared to what I'm buying.
Oh yeah, right.
And so if I sit there but if let's say I want to buy it on the Ethereum chain, and I want to buy this mutual fund or ETF, dude, what blockchain are they going to be using? And is it because you need one that has a ton of security? They're not just going to be able to use one that just allow access to cross chain. It's different when you have tokenization, right? But when you start to have real stocks, right, like or real mutual funds that transact major. How do you protect that? And then from a cost-based analysis, how do you sit there and really protect that asset from being not dealing with transaction fees going up or going down, and staying at a fixed base?
You use stable coins.
Right, but for example, I still got to buy the mutual fund. Obviously, I take my money, I transact it into a stable coin, but then I go and I have to buy that mutual fund or that ETF. You follow me?
Sorta.
Okay, when you buy an ETF right now, if you were to go buy an ETF, right, you could go on Robinhood, you go on anything, and just simply purchase it, right? You have to pay a fee. Right?
Wait, no, you can't buy an ETF on Robinhood.
Yes, you can. I'm almost positive.
You can?
Yes. Exchange traded funds, bro. You can buy stock, ETFs. The QQQs you can buy there. You can trade the QQQs. You can trade spiders. Right? Are you following me or no?
Yeah, I'm looking it up.
Yeah. And it's very nominal. It's not a lot of money, especially if you want to trade options, right?
Oh yeah.
Okay.
QQQ.
Right.
Pro shares, Ultra Pro, QQQ.
You didn't know this? Come on, bro. You stop messing with me. I know this is like basic.
Oh, I only use Robinhood for crypto. I never look at anything else.
Oh, okay.
Well, I look at MicroStrategy stock.
Oh, I got you. Okay. So the reason why I asked this is, but every time you use it, right? Like you pay a nominal fee comparative to what you're spending, right? For a transaction fee. And especially when it comes to dealing with Robinhood, you don't even pay a fee. So when it comes to using the blockchain with these things, how are they gonna, like, what's the word I want to use? How are they going to allow that?
They obviously they have to use an inexpensive blockchain. They gotta, they have to use a attic or something that's just pennies or less than pieces of a penny transact. I mean, people send not billions, but millions of dollars around on the blockchain for pennies. You got to do it right. You can't I'll just send it through Ethereum. No.
But I was just wondering.
I remember that.
But see,
I
here's the
remember
reason
the first time
is
Oh, go ahead. Sorry, go ahead.
the security aspect. When I think about a really solid, like security intensive blockchain, I think of Ethereum, right? Or DOT, right? But DOT still costs decent printing to actually transact on it. Okay. So it's like, because a lot of these are, so it's like you got to have something that's really sustainable, that has a ton of security that can actually handle. I don't know. I was thinking about that the other day, and I was just like, man, how are they gonna vet that out? You know what I'm saying? How are they going to handle that? Because it's a big deal. Or am I just talking kind of nonsense here, and you don't understand?
All I'm getting out of it is how are they gonna compete if it costs more money than now?
Yes.
Or if it costs more money, it won't. If they're gonna go to the blockchain, they'll only do it because it's cheap.
Pretty much.
Or their profits, 10x, and their cost of doing business goes up a little bit. That's fine. But they're only gonna money talks, bullshit walks. And so if they can go to the blockchain and things are more reliable and less expensive, they will. But if they go and it's more expensive, no. But the blockchain, like I'll say mainnet Z, it's the fees it charges are so low, and it's not a percentage of the value you're sending. It's just how busy the network is. Oh.
You right there?
Yeah, no, I was seeing this article here about Telegram. The owner is throwing shine to the guys over at Signal.
Oh yeah, what is he saying?
He claims that Signal is a U.S. government. Remember, there's a Russian guy. U.S. government program that has backdoors and all this type of stuff. And
really? I'm shocked. Dude, these things, bro. They got to figure out a way to make money. I mean, and how do they do it? They sell off information. Right now, two things are about, these things are real currency. Attention, eyeballs, 1, 2, data. Those are the things that really run the world right now. Like those who have the most eyeballs, i.e. Joe Rogan, Mr. Beast, top YouTubers, I mean, dude, who would have thought, if I would have told you 10 years, 15 years ago, hey, Joe Rogan is going to be the most watched and popular guy in the world, what would you tell me?
You are crazy.
Absolutely, right? Dude, it blows me away.
And the amount of people that watch him, and sometimes he has good conversations. I don't watch his show a lot.
Yep.
But every once in a while, I'll catch clips of it, and I'll be like, that's wrong. No, that's not true. Or I'm like, oh, that doesn't seem right. Or that's verifiably not true. And then like his Twitter posts, or people post things about him on Twitter, get community notes all the time. I got to prove to be a community note person now on X.
Oh yeah.
I really don't know. I don't know how, but I have the opportunity to review, so they present them to me as needed, and it's really interesting because you see the one, you get to see the ones that have not been made public yet. Like this person is proposing this community note for it, and it's just total smack. It's like it's more opinion than fact, and so everyone votes it down. Like no.
That's really interesting.
Pretty interesting.
What's up?
Yeah, it's really interesting.
So then how did you get, first of all, did you jump on some, do you comment a lot on people just being stupid, saying stupid things?
I think it's because I report a lot of accounts as fraudulent, spam. Like if you looked at my either my personal account, or a couple of my personal accounts, or the Striking Balls account, if you're like the X guy behind the scenes, my accounts would have very high ratings because all I do is, and I get the note back all the time saying, we've looked at the account and reported and have taken it down due to terms of violations and stuff. And so I guess that they enrolled me in it because of that.
That's kind of cool. I mean, you're basically a snitch, but it's kind of cool. Bruh, I don't want you to get stitches, man. I'm looking out for you.
Well, it's funny because the names you see on the community notes, they assign you a different name. You have a different handle for your community note, right? So that there's just to ensure that doesn't happen. So behind the scenes, when you join the program, it says please choose a different name. In fact, they give you like one of 10 to choose from.
That's actually kind of cool. I'm actually going back through some of the news things that I go through, and I just went over May 13th, man. And in it, like, all right, just in, the House, just in. The House has passed a bill to overturn SEC guidance barring banks from owning crypto. However, President Biden's office has issued a statement indicating plans to veto any joint resolutions on crypto policy at the SEC. Dude, this right here, this just solidifies my thought legitly on why would... What are you watching, bro?
Twitch. It's just these two girls hanging new curtains in their new apartment. And they have 508 live viewers.
What's the name of
this?
What's the name of the whatever Twitch? Is it like showing my booty? Is it something weird like that?
Hold on, I'll turn my mic off.
There you go. There you are. Yeah, it's some weird mystery.
508 viewers.
Yeah, but you have weird like.
Hey, we're gonna hang some curtains.
It's a weird sexual thing, bro. So that's why like dudes are.
And we're not. Now they're gonna have 507.
Dude, but that's more of a sexual thing. It has nothing to do with like
1,400 viewers.
Like I said, eyeballs. Eyeballs is the new currency. Eyeballs and like weird things. Like that's just it. Dude, I just think it's really funny. Anyways, jumping back to Biden's office. However, Biden's office has issued... Dude, this was back in May 12th. Oh, how the times have changed. You know what I'm saying? Like,
this girl just is making pizza. It's not even sexual. She's making pizza. Guess how many views?
1,000.
Take a guess.
1,000?
568 live viewers watching this lady and her brother making pizza.
Are you sure that's all it is? She seems pretty done up.
Pizza.
All right. So how about this? You and I go through. We have to pay a girl just to come on for 2 hours. We'll pay her $30 an hour. I'll cover the first one, you cover the second one. All right? How about that? If you
Shane's come back to us. Bruno rocks war. Hey, Shane, I think you might be behind the live stream a little bit.
hit that.
Darrow's still watching. He's hanging in there. He's diehard, man.
He's our bro. He's like, Darrow.
Curtain sweet deal. He can't. He's our stalker. We'll never get rid of him.
Yeah.
Not that we would want to, Darrow. Not that we would want to.
He's a cool stalker, though.
Nothing to see here.
Cool with him being our stalker, bro. He's a solid bro. I'm like, what's up, dude? I'm telling you though. We got it, dude. if we have any viewers out there that either have a really hot friend who's good at crypto or understands crypto, okay, send them our way. We're taking applications. You know what I'm saying? 20 an hour.
This one. Live at my new house. 2,400 live viewers.
Bro, those puppies are hanging out, though. Dude, I mean, they're like in your
guess how many are men? All of them.
Bro, it's just weird. I mean, but here's the thing, though. They come and go.
Girl playing drums. 2,300.
That's actually kind of cool. I mean, I actually will watch. There's a guy that I watch him for his beats, bro. Like legit. Like he makes beats on YouTube. And I watch it. I think it's dope. Like, but he's good at it. He's really good. So I'm actually cool with that. I would watch that. If she's good at drums and she has cool beats and stuff, I'm down. I'll listen to that stuff.
Can't wait to see this one.
Why?
700 viewers. Just sitting there. She's like 14.
This is creepy, bro. Creepy. Let's jump back to crypto here.
Oh, man. Get that thing off the screen.
It's really interesting. Dude, the other question that I have is, what do you think about and this is what just popped up on Cointelegraph, but I just thought it was interesting. The Undead CEO Leo Khan discusses why flexibility in game development is key to success. The reason why I bring this up is we all saw the not Grok, the GPT thing, talk about how they're going to be there connected to you and kind of giving you in-game like advertisement, or not advertising, but in-game like ideas on how to play, actually how to go through and do this or do that. And I just thought that was so interesting. You know what I'm saying? Oh, by the way, Jasmine coin, remember? Bro, just hit almost all-time highs again. Or not all the times, but they're breaking out though today. They did. They shot up.
Really?
Yeah. I was looking at these guys over the weekend. Just because I always try to, my filter is, an increase. It was yesterday, bro. I saw the increase yesterday, bro. So I'm like, oh shoot, they're getting going. Jasmine. What is Jasmine's? Oh, come on. What is her market cap? There we go. I'm gonna see what these guys market.
All right, everybody, pull over now. We got to break out. We got to break out here, ladies and gentlemen. We got to break out. Jasmine's breaking out, ladies and gentlemen.
Let's see what their market cap is.
Gotta have the police radio here.
Dude, that was random, bro. That was like epically random. Yeah. They're 1.3 bill. Pretty nice, man. Starting to pump. Nice little pump. That broke out. I was looking at them the other day. I was looking at the other day. But these guys, I was thinking I need to buy. I need to get in with them. Now I broke out over here. Look at that. Curtain, sweet deal. Nice. So listen, what you need to do if you really want views that bad, right? You need to wear one of those shirts, okay, where it has pictures of girls, and see if we can actually get more people.
Let's see here. I got their portfolio on the screen behind us.
Nice.
Down to 34. I haven't paid it. We haven't paid attention to this in a while. Where did we get hammered? We hold 10 grand in Bitcoin, which we're up $642.
We should be up.
We hold $9,800 in Ethereum, and we're down 169. I don't know how that's possible. It's at near its highs, and we didn't buy it at its highs. BNB, we're up 4 grand, 4,400. Jasmy, we're up 6,400 after taking 60% of our profits already.
Wait, what was that? Say that again.
Jasmy, we're up $6,400, and we even took. Remember, we sold 60% of that.
Yep. Yep.
Mainnet Z lost almost our entire value.
Yeah.
We're down $900 on I think it was a $1,200 investment. Operation Phoenix. I should have sold these motherfuckers. Operation Phoenix did exactly what I said was going to happen. They're like, oh, we're going to open on ETH too, and blah, blah, blah. I said, they're just going to sell your main token off, and no, taxes are too much. Nobody's going to do that. I'm like, they're going to sell it off. They sold that shit off like it was on fire in their hands.
All right. Why wouldn't they?
Next week, we need to work on this portfolio.
And we'll get it going. Bone. So this is another one right here. Bone. It's been consolidating right here. You can see Bone. I'm bullish on this aspect right here. Like, I would want to see it kind of come back down here because it's still got some stuff. But I'm bullish in this area here. On Bone. Came back down. Kept this high. And basically went back up. So I could sit there and see it's coming up.
Wow, look at that chart.
Yeah, it's Bone. Like, this is a huge consolidation period right here. Like, it's real, man. Like, really real. So, I mean, I think it's just a matter of time before these guys start to take off. Like, all of this right here. All of it. Oh, another one, dude, was Cake. Cake was interesting, man. Cake's really interesting. I had a friend of mine.
How is that any good?
Well, not really. It was more of a meme, and it was when the reward tokens first came out, right?
Right. Well, Cake was, it's Pancake Swap's token, and BNB has been just dead a mundo.
I mean, the thing is, it went from $2 all the way up to $3 or $5, and now it's kind of
that's a big move.
Yeah, I mean, now actually $1. It went all the way down to $1, and then down in October, and then now it went up to $5.30. Now it's sitting around $3. I have a friend of mine who literally bought in on the launch back here, right? Like, he's like, even where it's at, he's up like 30x. Like, yeah, dude, he caught it. I think he put in $100 in. And like on the first day that it launched, right, for Cake, and if he got in even at the $1.25, which I know he probably wouldn't have, probably would have got in. I'm assuming. Let's go to the hour chart here. So I was teaching him at that time, TA. What was the last day, actually? First day. What was the first day? September 28th, 2020. September There we are. September. There we go. Boom. Yeah, I think it was like when it came down to here. Because it went up. It was back in 2020. Or excuse me, 2022-ish area. But look, man. Either way, you made bank. Oh, wait. That doesn't make sense. Oh, that's why. It won't let me go back that far. But still, man, that's a... Yeah, he got in right here. He made a ton of cash, man. Came in, got in around the lows, and it basically just... I think for him, it did almost 100x. He had $100. He made a killing, bro. It was like $10,000, $12,000.
You got that part behind me. I can't see it. Oh, no, I'm sorry. We can't see it. Yeah, sorry. I thought you were pointing at the pricing.
No, I'm talking about right here, man. He cut the whole entire rally. There's also, who's the guy who does London Real? He's like a scam.
Oh, yeah.
Whatever his name is, right?
Right.
Yeah, dude. Whether he's a scam or not, I don't know, man. It's not for me to judge that dude. He's his own person, and he'll do his own thing. But the reason I bring him up is he was talking about his kid and how his kid kept talking about cake, dad, cake. You need to buy cake. And his dad was like, what is this cake thing? Go to school. You're telling his kid or something like that. And later come to find out, right? Like, the kid, he bought in like at these low marks. Right? And he made a killing, like an absolute killing. And so I always thought to myself, you're a dad who's whether you're a scam artist or not, allegedly or not unallegedly, right? And your son all of a sudden has like $30,000, $40,000, $50,000 in his bank account because he took, like, do you steal from your kid or no?
Right. Say the mortgage needs help.
Mm-hmm. So, and that happened a couple times. On the real. Cool.
Experimenting with new lower thirds, and I just can't get them to work just right here. Supposed to scroll in, it just appears. I got one for each of us, and
pizza gasm. Oh, dude, that's why it looked like it was pizza gasm. Shane, you're behind. Holy crap! He needs to hit the live button.
Yeah, he's behind by about 5 minutes. Why are you not scrolling in here? I love this stream deck.
It is pretty cool. It is pretty cool, man. So is Jay?
I gotta stand up for a minute and use the facilities here, Pedro.
Oh, go ahead, man.
Give me 5 minutes here.
You want to call it a show?
We can. I've got.
You're like, I really got nothing to do else, so it's all good. We can hang out.
And I'm waiting to hear from my son. I want him to come over so he can fix the tailgate on his truck.
Are you pretty mechanically inclined?
Am I?
Yeah.
Yeah. Let's go back to the Tom cam here.
Currently, the mess over here. I've got the big multimeter here, toolbox full of tools, and I'm currently fixing the circuit board on my Sonos subwoofer, which is there because it's El Dedo. A MOSFET died, which is just like a relay type thing. I had a power surge, and my $800 subwoofer died. The subwoofer I got for free, I might add. And so the answer is unequivocally yes. But I worked in the car industry
for a long time, and always had a shop. I mean, for 20 years, I had my own auto shop at my disposal, either the companies I worked for or the ones I owned. And mechanics working for me, and so you learn things. And now with YouTube, you can fucking fix anything. I mean,
anything.
I don't know how to solder that well, and just because I know the principles of it, I'm just not skilled at it. Mm-hmm. And on that circuit board over here, it's driving me crazy because I'm trying to unsolder parts from the board, mm-hmm. and I can't do it. I spent like 2 hours trying to. You watch videos, and the guy just goes, boop, 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 and everything works perfectly. And I'm like, you motherfucker, beep, 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 beep. Not working. Smoke's pouring off. I'm breathing lead fumes and stuff. It just turns out I don't have the proper tools. My soldering iron was a 60-watt one, and I needed a 100-watt one.
That makes sense. So you fried your board then?
His tailgate isn't working. So you type in car name on YouTube, and car name, tailgate not working, and sure enough, I mean, you're never the first person that has a problem with a car. There's any problem you can have with your car. There's a YouTube video on it. I've got an 04 Mercedes, and it has lots of quirks now as it ages. You Germans are really cute on how you engineer things that can never be fixed. And there's nothing that. Like, the radio stopped working one day, but the navigation system works, but the music won't work. Like, and of course, the Mercedes forums are filled. And YouTube, and how to fix it or not fix it. There's nothing online that you can't. I mean, the whole world's knowledge of how to fix things is on YouTube now. And my mother-in-law is always amazed. Like, I diagnosed what was wrong with their refrigerator. Their $1 billion refrigerator was not cold. And 2 YouTube videos, and you're like, oh, well, here's the problem. My gosh, you can figure anything out. I'm like, just keep believing that.
Let her fit, dude. Let her just believe it, right? Like, because if there's one thing you want to have somebody admire you, that is the mother-in-law.
Absolutely.
If your mother-in-law goes, wow, you really got a good guy this time. Like,
that's right.
You're never the
Otherwise
first.
known as striking.
You're never the first. By the time a girl reaches 20, she hates all men. She's been burned by at least 2 by that time. You gotta go.
I'll be right back. I gotta get some water here.
All right. All right, let's check out some of the stuff here in relationship to some charts here. So one of the things as you guys all know, I really like Crow. I think Crow, it just does a bang-up job. They do a lot of advertising. These guys do a lot of just networking, right? With a lot of people. Crypto.com, you see they've got a studio downtown LA, right? That has their name on. In addition to that, they always have a couple other things here. So it's like one of those things. I'm sitting there and I'm just like, it just makes sense, right? They're always trying to close. Now, they did say that the coin will live or die by its own. But in all reality, now that everything is becoming much different in this climate, sooner or later, your business will be attached to your token. So when your token goes down, your business potentially could go down, right? So I do think that they will sustain it and hold it up to a certain extent. Right? It's going to be really interesting to see if they let it have a free market fall. But for myself, I think they do a big enough job when it comes to their system, the Crow chain, and how it's moving, right? Like that in itself is doing really well.
Chronos?
Yeah.
Or crypto.com?
Yeah. I like it. Yeah, absolutely. I buy it. So I'm kind of, man, you went to the bathroom that quick?
No, I forgot. I got my Topo Chico, though, in the remnants of yesterday's tuna sandwich.
Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah. Mrs. Striking's in Canada, so this apartment now is straight bachelor pad. I mean,
bachelor, baby.
At least the motorcycle's outside now. But, as I point around, I've got all the tools out fixing stuff, got the studio set up, lights all over the place.
Yeah.
I mean, it's when I had when in the winter, a lot of times I'll store my motorcycle up on those trusses that I showed you earlier.
Yeah.
And the ex-wife came over to pick up a bunch of stuff, and she hadn't been in my place yet, and she walked into the place and she goes, "Oh my God, this is a straight bachelor pad," and I was like, "See, our tastes were very different."
Dude, what do you expect? You're a grown man living on your own. You ain't the thing is, she should have been worried, bro, if it wasn't a bachelor pad. This means you're trying to be a player. Like, literally, like.
That's not a player place. It's just a
dude's place.
Get to business.
Yeah,
it's a dude's place.
Yeah, you walk in, the guy goes, "Oh, bro. Oh, geez, you're like, yeah. And you're like, oh, snaps. Dude, back in my day when I was just being an idiot, right? Just being just a knucklehead. Man, I used to go on the ground and literally scrub my toilet around the base with a toothbrush. So it was immaculately clean. Dude,
my bathrooms are always clean. I don't do the I had the bout of that in college, and that was enough.
Yeah, I feel you. I feel you totally on that. Like, a clean bathroom is like, there's that serenity to it because, well, it's your bathroom as a guy. But I mean, everything, dude. My place was immaculately clean, like always, because I never knew who was going to pop up. So I always had to. And women talk. Women absolutely talk. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's the one thing: taxes, death, and women who talk. And women talk. Guarantees. You know? That's funny. That's actually really funny. But I just think it's interesting. But jumping back to the crypto. Yeah, I like Crow. I think Crow's a good buy. I've just been dollar cost averaging this baby here. Was really happy. It did pretty good when it was up at 17. My bag. I was like, ooh, yeah, get going, dude. But hopefully Trump will bring back staking. That's the other thing I hope. Like,
yeah, that'll come back.
I think you're the one who said it too. I think you said, like, it's just sooner or later going to come back. And now, granted, I'll have to probably pay taxes on that, but I don't mind that. Like, I'm cool with that, right?
Means you made money.
Yeah, exactly. So I'm cool with that. And so I hope, like, there's so many things I can only hope. And so I have one of my friends who's a guy who's running for Congress for his district. And so I said, listen, man, if you get elected, you need to make sure that you allow the staking situation to happen again. Because, dude, you talking about a pain in the butt. I got all this money, and, dude, I can't stake it. Like, what's up with that malarkey, bro? And that's money that's not being brought into the U.S. economy. So that's just dumb. So hopefully Congress sees that and going, you know what? That money is actually not being brought into. It's actually staying. It's staying in China. So China. Ni hao. Ni hao. It's the
Sorry, the missus called while you were talking there. She's
Oh.
like, "You're still on your show?" I'm like, "Yeah, we've only been on 2 hours." She's like, 4 hours. I was like, "Oh."
Are you getting in trouble?
No, she just was wondering why I didn't respond to an earlier message of hers.
No. I was looking at H-Bar too. H-Bar is another one I think is. And my friend bought into it. I'm around here because he had watched my show and went, dude, you know what I thought about? Me starting my show again. And be a pure technical analysis.
Oh, sorry, what'd you say?
Open on Twin Space. Wait, what's going on? At wallet is down. Telegram at wallet is down. Is Telegram down?
That's their wallet bot at wallet.
Oh, got it.
I mistakenly launched the bot from a US IP address. It instantly banned me from it, and I've got $400 in it.
Oh,
Can't undo it.
that sucks. And
I've got. It says to send an email to some support email address, which I've done 400 times, and no one's ever responded.
You're American, man. Then they're not gonna play. Like, that's why we need Trump to be in office. They just said, dude. I mean, look at you. You're like, yeah. They did. Do you understand how much the Democrats have screwed themselves over by basically in the face? And dude, I knew, bro. I just can't believe how much crypto is such a presidential conversation. I mean, because come Biden and Trump, when crypto is brought up, how are you going to handle DeFi? Like, Trump is just simply going to say, I'm going to allow he'll be like, they will be able to be self-custody, and I'm not going to try to ban anything, and I'm going to relinquish everything that Bidenomics did. Like, how is Biden going? How is he going to flip that? I mean, the only thing he can do is say, he's got to eat quo. He's got to eat crow.
He's got to eat crow, or eat Kronos.
Yeah, there we go, man. He'll be like, I made a mistake. I got to eat crow. And all of a sudden, all you see is meme coins forever eating crow, right? Like, it would happen instantly. Here's one question. What we need to do is we need to put for the, I call them interviews. I don't know why I thought of interviews. For the election arguments. When they go and they argue with each other, why am I forgetting that name? The debates. Holy crap, dude. Debates. How many coins during the debates do you think are going to be launched? Like, because every word, everything that they say is going to have some type of, I bet you somebody's going to sit there and just basically launch immediately. As soon as they say something, boom, launch this coin. Create another one. Boom, launch this coin. And one of them is going to be a major boom, dude. Oh, can't hear you, bud.
Talking to myself again. I said I can agree with you on that. One of them's going to...
Yeah. And then, so that's what I was like, we need to sit there, dude. We need to allocate like $1,000, bro. And literally during the debates, take $10, right? And we just start, and we basically just play with them. $10 for each one, right? Or we could even do like $5 each one. So we could just play for every, and we just sit online, sit there and just say, oh, here's one, boom. And just go in when it first launches and see what it does. That would actually be.
Sorry about that.
That's okay.
Sorry, I was just getting distracted by, because because in the morning I have a list of things that I generally got to get done for the Mrs. Striking side of the business, and usually about this time of the day, I'm not doing anything else because the show is over. And she's like, "You're still on it?" And she's like, "I just sent you a bunch of stuff that needs to get done." I do all our accounting for the business and all that type of stuff, so I was just reading through that. But I'm like, it's a holiday. I'm in the U.S. It's a holiday, because Canada has Victoria Day, which is their end of May holiday. In some years, it's on the same weekend as Memorial Day. And some years it's a week in front of it. So last Monday in Canada was a holiday, but today in the U.S. it's a holiday, and I didn't do anything last Monday, and today I'm having this 4-hour show with Pedro.
Wow. Hey, you know what? One of the things I thought was really interesting is Ray Dalio's statement in regards to the dollar and the weakness of it because of the debt. I'm just like, why would he sit there and talk about that? Because he knows, from a fundamental level, nobody else is going to put their money anywhere else. Even like you said, and we've talked about this ad nauseum. I mean, the reason why we have probably 15,000 people, not 15, but what was it? Like maybe 11,000, 12,000 viewers, this year is literally because of the BRICS comments that we met and we've talked about. So why do you think, legit, Ray Dalio would make comments about literally the crushing and potential dropping of our dollar?
It's like funding your own crypto project.
Yeah.
I don't understand why. I literally don't understand why.
I mean, he's talking about the world changing.
It's like trying to say my own poo is stinky, that wasn't even the right analogy. It was it's funding your own project.
Yes.
I don't get it. It's like the conversation we had earlier. That people can be naysayers of this stuff all the time, but ultimately, where are they going to go? Even if you talk about the problems U.S. dollars having, the U.S. government spending too much money and all that kind of stuff, and people are like, "Oh, it's over for the U.S. dollar." I mean, the market capitalization of the New York Stock Exchange, not New York Stock Exchange, but the U.S.-based stocks is half of the world's stock market wealth. Half. 50%.
It's 50. Dude, it's 40 trillion just our stock market alone.
Yeah. And say, oh, the economy could collapse and blah, 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 blah. The money's going to fly out of the U.S. Where is it going to go? And this is a topic for a whole nother show. Where is it going to go? Give me one alternative where you can take those $40 trillion.
Argentina.
Imagine dumping $40 trillion on them. The country would just explode.
They wouldn't even know what to do, bro. They wouldn't even know what they do with
it. They couldn't possibly. They couldn't possibly do anything. It would just sit there in cash and just piles of money on the side of the street.
Yep, pretty much. It would look like the reverse of El Salvador. Because you go there and you exchange your money and you literally carry blocks of money. I had a friend of mine who actually went down there, and I saw this thing on Bankless of him
Venezuela.
Was it? Yeah, there you go, Venezuela. Yeah, Venezuela. And he was telling me he went there, man, and I was like, "Is it really serious? Do you really carry a block of money?" He goes, "Absolutely, dude. You absolutely do." And it's like when you lay down $10, bro. You're like, "Oh, I want to buy this." You got to pull it. It looks like those rappers who carry those big old wads of cash. He goes, "You look like that, but it's only $10 or $15." I was like, "So you got to carry a backpack of money?" He goes, "Yep, pretty much." It's like, man, that is just sad. But it would be the reverse. That'd be all this money, but actually be worth something.
ETH Toronto just reposted our tweet I made about them when we were talking about them.
Oh, snaps. Dude, we need to start jumping on that. They're reposting us. We need to post more about them.
Yeah.
Send me some stuff. I'll post it on my page. Definitely. I guess they know you. They don't really know me. So. Oh, so when we go there, originally, you are going to be talking to a lot of people. Both of us are. Okay.
Yeah.
So.
Oh, I'm sure you'll be no shortage of words coming out of your mouth talking to all these people.
Oh, dude, I'm totally different face.
You've never been to a trade show, have you?
Yeah, I'm totally different though. I mean, listen, you guys don't know this, our viewers.
Especially a financial products trade show.
You're
going to be like this. I'm in Candyland.
Yeah, but I'll just be listening. I go in the learner mode, and like I carry my tablet. That was this. Just so you know about me, I'm an introvert. Like I know, like you guys see me here.
Right, and until you get to these shows and you walk around and all these projects, I mean, they literally come to you. You don't have to start the conversation. All these people, they just come to you because they're there for sales. Here's the ETH Toronto feed behind me, and here we are.
Oh, shut up, dude. Nice. What an evil plan. I'm a bit of a caricature of myself here on DYOR's media network station here. But like when I get there, man, I'm just simply gonna really listen, because when you go there, you know, one of the biggest giftings when you interview somebody is listening to them and talking to them, right? So it's one of those things for me when I look at it. I really see just a connection between people and how they are. I really ask more questions than talk, you know, and the questions are kind of really simple. Like, okay, why'd you say that? What does that mean? You know, I probably start doing that here on the show. When we have, you're like, what does that mean? When you said this, what does that mean? You know, and what does it mean, like personally, kind of in the long run here? People look at that and go, "Oh, you're really a good interviewer." No, I just ask questions. Like that's what made me like a good salesman. Like you just ask questions, and that's how you know what.
Let's see, Rainmaker, their CEO, is confirmed as a speaker. Toronto, JD Seraphine.
I saw them actually on
Rainmaker with 2 eyes. Intentional misspelling.
Do you think it is?
Yeah, they've got it misspelled in their name too.
There you go. Who else is the primary speakers there?
Oh, there's a.
Oh, this I keep trying to bring this out. One of the things we've got to do is we've got to pick up a co-host that's a female here.
Anthony DiOrio, one of the founders of Ethereum. One of the guys that only knows how to wear t-shirts. I don't understand.
The guy on the left here, at the far left. Where? Anthony, yeah. What's wrong with just wearing t-shirts?
Like he wears them in, like, when everyone else has suits on, he wears a t-shirt. I don't know.
Oh, when you're worth a couple $1 billion, you can do whatever.
He's not worth a couple billion. He's not the 8-figure guy.
Oh.
Or 12 figures or whatever it is.
He's not.
Miko Matsumo, managing partner of Gummy Crypto Capital.
You said Gummy?
Lonnie Dizon, co-founder of Zenza Capital. Dean Skirka, president CEO of WonderFi. Met him at the Canadian blockchain event. This lady here on the right, or right behind me, I should say. Perianne Boring. Not so boring. She runs something called the Digital Chamber. Not the Digital Chamber of Commerce, because that gets into trademark issues. The Digital Chamber in Washington, and she's a pretty effective lobbyist there in Washington, D.C. Mm-hmm. I'm actually trying to get her to be on our show.
I saw her on it was a TV, it was a interview with, I think it was Des Desmonte. She's a girl. She's a financial. I saw her on the time. She was talking about the global climate in Washington. She's really like intelligent, like super, right? Like
Lisa Loud, the co-founder, Fluidify. I can't ever pronounce it, but she's also the executive director of the Secret Network Foundation.
Oh, wow.
And I interviewed her last year at. In fact, I interviewed her twice last year at Blockchain Futurist Conference. We had a bang up interview. It was totally improvised on the spot. It was awesome, and my sound driver crashed, and the sound was choppy. It was awful, and I was like, "We got to do it again." And she had time, so she thankfully did it again. But the second interview just didn't flow as well as the first one. She goes, "The first one was better, wasn't it?" I was like, "Yep."
Sometimes how it rolls. Who do you think is probably going to be? Oh, you have Gemini, Claire.
Head of institutional at Gemini.
That's money.
Alex McDougall, CEO of Stable Corp. Let's see, Cornell Tech. Newton's an exchange in Canada. Video about accounting. Crypto Chicks. CrossFi. Why would you pose it? I mean, I'm sure Mr. Seraphine, the Rainmaker. Why with the hat? I mean,
well, look at Michael
and the necklace.
Grills. Michael Grills got a hat too. So how does that work? Come on.
Don't understand it.
I think it's cool. You know, makes him stand out.
Not the way I think. Let's see. Bloomley. You've never heard of Bloomley.
Who's Bloomley?
Lady Audrey Nesbitt here. Bloomley.
What's the co-founder of Kiwan? Is it Jeremy Kian? Co-founder of
Bitcoin Bay.
What is this Bitcoin Bay here?
Bloomley, here I'm looking it up. Paving the path to Web3, your essential infrastructure layer for seamless transition to the digital asset frontier. Bloomley had a pre-built, fully functional, no-code solution tailored for launching digital asset projects. Whether you're delivering NFTs or Web3 initiatives, our private labeling software provides essential infrastructure swiftly. Bring your vision to market. Oh, that's good. I like those groups.
That's all good.
Got a lot of speakers here.
Yeah, man. And they're all on one stage? Well, they got like 10 minutes?
No, they got, there's 3 stages. There's the main stage, there's a small workshop stage, and then the ETH women's stage upstairs. So then there's a lot of panel discussions. I mean, they're listed, a lot of people are listed as speakers, but they may be one of 4 people on a panel discussion. They have a lot of panel discussions.
Oh, wow. That's what's up, dude. That's what's up. Who is Astasia Lund, educational and community Lund?
Community manager, Crypto Chicks.
That's interesting.
There's a lot of people from Crypto Chicks here. Australia Lee. Marketing and business development, Crypto Chicks.
We got to figure out a way we can get a female co-host, bro. We're here to recruit. You know what I'm saying? We're on the hunt for a crypto co-host. You're like, Pedro, stop. Like, we're just gonna ignore that here. We're gonna. How many do you think there are? How many speakers do you think there are?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5 times 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. 5 times 15, so there's 75.
Oh, wow. That's a lot.
And they keep adding them. I can tell they keep adding them because people move in different spots. Like they get further away from the top.
And so us being there, will I be able to go back and look and watch all of their interviews or speeches?
Yeah, it'll be right in front of us.
Nice.
I mean, we're going to be set up down near the main stage, but when you have a press pass, you can go anywhere.
Nice.
I mean, it's not like they check passes; it's just really to get in the door. But we'll have. I mean, you can go watch anything you want. And it's hard. It's hard because you're busy doing stuff, and all these things are going on. It's like, oh, there's only. You think, 2 days. There's a lot. But it's not enough time. It needs to be like all these things need to be 4-day events. If you're an attendee, 4 days is way too long. But if you're working the event and you want to hear what's going on, 2 days is not enough.
And give me 1 second.
Conveniently enough, the CEOs of WonderFi, Ryo, and Shib, CEO of Shib. Shib's always a big sponsor of this, and their CEOs are speaking.
Are we going to try to connect with these guys?
Yeah, we'll connect with them through the futurist people.
Nice.
Kraken, Cross Finance, Crypto.com. That's interesting. Crypto.com sponsoring it. All these other groups: Invest, HK, Metrics, DB Chain, Matrix, Stratos, Convoy, CoinCard, AML, Dora Hacks. A little while ago, I tweeted out. I've been using the Twitter media producer to send out tweets for it. I just said 4 hours streamathon. Come help Pedro and I. Come save Pedro and I. And our viewership is now up to 39 views on Twitter.
Oh.
Thanks to everyone on Twitter. If anyone's still watching out there, thank you very much.
Thank
Appreciate
you.
it.
We just pay.
Come back.
Come on down. If you all want to come, just head on over to YouTube, or I said all that with like a total like Southern accent too. Head on down here to YouTube, or just
Now. Come on down, y'all.
dude. You know that reminds me of Beetlejuice. Remember when there's that little Do you remember Beetlejuice, by the way, dude? I saw that on. I was like sitting there. I was like, dude, I can't believe this is playing. So I'm like, what's up?
No, I say, oh no, we Chicagoans are very familiar with Beetlejuice because our last mayor looked just like him, like Beetlejuice. Literally, her nickname was Beetlejuice because she had that look on her. She had the hair up and her looked like this all the time.
How did she get where she was at? How do you think she got there?
She was the she was not the leader. Another person on the inside was supposed to win the election. This lady by the name of Toni Preckwinkle, who would have done a better job than Beetlejuice. Let me tell you, Toni Preckwinkle is the executive of Cook County, and would have run the city in a similar way, hiring all her relatives. But that's besides the point. People didn't want. They were like, "You've been a political hack too long. We want someone new." And so they brought in. They voted for Miss Lightfoot, and she was awful. It was terrible. And then we said she's awful, and then they got someone even worse, more liberal and more progressive, like defund the police type guy. It's getting rid of our shot spotter. We've got shot spotter in Chicago, where it literally where it's installed in like 60% of the city, namely the worst areas of the city. It tells, like, if someone shoots a gun, it tells you within 2 feet where it happened.
Oh, really? That's impressive.
Like it's physics. You know, it's just triangulation. You listen for the gunfire, and gunfire is very detectable. It's a very unique signature. It has two things. It has the gunfire and the sound of the bullet traveling through the air, of which humans can't hear that. unless it goes right by you. But sensitive microphones tuned to those frequencies can hear it, and it literally the police broadcast. ShotSpotter gives an address, 16 Main Street, in the rear by the garage, left side of the garage. In the cops, so literally they show up and they're like, nobody's here, but we found the spent casings on the ground, and they'll say it was machine gun fire because of the speed of the report, or whatever. That sometimes they can tell rifle versus handgun because the bullets make different sounds through the air. And he's big because it leads to a lot of arrests in the poor neighborhoods. Those neighborhoods want to get rid of them. So he's like, it doesn't work. And if you look at the stats, 99% of the calls don't come to anything. The police show up, there's nobody there, no arrests. So they're like, see, barely anybody gets arrested, but it doesn't do any good. It's because when they go shooting people, they don't stick around and wait for the cops. They leave. They're like, pew, pew, pew. Get out of here. But police routinely, they'll say shots fired at such and such, and the police will roll up and they're like, roll EMS. We got a man down. Sure enough, he's dead. So they find people all the time. But anyway, our new mayor is just an idiot. It's a disaster, and he got in because people basically voted by race here. The white people and the Hispanics voted for one candidate that was who was white. He was a white male, and all the African Americans voted for the African American candidate. And there's more African Americans than there are other people in the city, so they won. And it's disaster. And even literally the leaders of the African American community are like, we made a mistake. Why do we do this? Why do we vote on race lines?
Well,
as they say, elections have consequences, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, unfortunately, that is. Thank you, Biden.
All right, I actually need to get to work here. Yeah, I've got some accounting to do, end of the month stuff coming up, and this Striking's waiting for a few things.
I was waiting for you. I was, I didn't want to.
I think we approached 4.5 hours today. I think it's our longest show ever.
Ever. Yo, that is crazy. That is nuts.
Only 46 viewers today on YouTube. Probably get up around 50 by the time the show finishes processing. Over 40 now on Twitter. Thanks for everybody on X watching us. Appreciate it.
You mean watching us on Twitter? Or just views?
Not all at once. Yeah, just views.
I gotcha. Still. Nice.
Let's see if I can go get some analytics from Twitter here. Let's see. Oh yeah, the average is really low for time watched. Oh well.
What was time watched though? 2 seconds?
Yeah, it's not much more than that on the average. I think Reddit brought up the average because he watched for about an hour, I think, on Twitter.
Oh, nice. Well, I'll take it. I will take it.
With that, we will close up shop in the typical way here.
Yeah. All right, my friend.
By blasting Pedro out with the
loud, extremely loud music.
I'm saving you from. I'm playing the show ending music right now. And you just can't hear it.
No, I can hear it.
Can? Oh, because you're streaming it too. I'm using ultra low latency, so that the stream's only 2 or 3 seconds behind.
Oh, nice.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we had a great show today. Man, we entertained you 4 hours today. Only the finest of content. But we did go over a lot of good things today. Hold on, we got the...
Let's watch people.
Here.
Man, he's just... Crazy times, dude.
You know,
Moped guy, man.
look at that. He just ran the light.
Yeah, I was gonna say, yeah, like he's pumped. This is crazy, dude.
Anyway, ladies and gentlemen, it was a good show. Talked about a lot of stuff today. Not even going to try and summarize it. We'll be back tomorrow with more good stuff for you. Hopefully we'll have more viewers tomorrow because people will be back at work, bored with their jobs, and want to listen to Pedro Garcia and Tom Herlihy talk about crypto and how to get rich or die trying. On behalf of myself, or once again, my name is Tom, otherwise known as Striking. On behalf of myself and Pedro Garcia, the crypto chart analyst, on behalf of my grandfather, Jack Donovan Fowler, who fought World War II for the 7th Armored Division, 121st Replacement Brigade, 128th Signal Corps Replacement Brigade, meaning he went into war after everyone else died. Thanks to everybody for joining in today. Have a great day.